in Computer Science and Engineering from PSG College of Technology, Coimbatore. He received PhD degree under Computer Science and Engineering Department of NIT Durgapur with a specialization in medical image processing using machine learning techniques in the year 2019. He is presently working for CSIR CMERI Durgapur as a senior scientist in robotics and automation division. His research interests include computer vision and image processing, machine learning, deep learning, computer programming, and algorithm development.
Can I start? Hello. So good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me to my own college. I have always my gratitude to my college wherever I studied. Okay, so I am not going to explain any algorithms. I am clear on that. I am not going to explain any mathematics on this podium. We are going to explain about what we are doing last 5 years for DRDO. It's an experience we will try to share you, because a faculty can teach far better than me, that I believe, because we are not regular teachers. So this is an podium. I am going to share my experience which we are doing last few years in CSR system. And so this is my talk, where in a defense application we are using AI bits and pieces, how we are using and what are the challenges we are facing. And if a student or a faculty want to work with us, what kind of preparation they have to do. That's what the talk, overall talk will give you. CSIR is a laboratory. It was started way back, and we have a footprint all over India. As I told yesterday, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, we have laboratories, and the lab CMERI is located in Durgapur. Specifically works on mechanical engineering research, but our department is mainly works for robotics. So we do lot of work for mainly work for defense related activities for last 1 decade or 2 decade. So I will touch 3 points. See, last 2 3 days, everybody talked about machine learning, AI, lot of things. I will touch only 3 points about three algorithm with the layman examples. Okay, maybe some non-computer graduates may be there. So mostly everybody knows what is supervised learning, right? Okay, let us take on some simple example of supervised learning. Let me take my own my own home example, where I have a small kid in my house. He goes to school. Let us consider he goes to school. The teacher will teach him a particular thing. Maybe it may be an apple or orange or whatever it may be. Okay. So how the teacher will describe about that particular thing? Maybe apple means red in color, round in shape. So a thing, an apple is a thing. He is describing with some parameters. Describing with parameter, it may be a shape or whatever it may be, characteristics of that one. In a machine learning terms, we will call that as a feature, right? And once lot of training will happen in the classroom, the kid will come home also. He will get again training from mother or father, and finally, after 6 months, the teacher will give you a test paper, right? Okay. So let us consider he have trained apple and orange, right? And in an exam, when a really apple and orange is given, if he is able to direct or if he is able to write an apple, right? So he will get full mark. In a machine learning terminology, when you are testing with those images or those features, if you are getting that output, then it is called as your algorithm is giving good result, better result. Am I right? So let us consider that he was trained for apple and orange. I am giving input as pomegranate. So what will happen? What a supervised learning will do? Everybody read yesterday a lot of AI. This is very simple question. Let us consider I have trained you apple and orange and I am showing you pomegranate. What will be your answer? Any one of them? Or if my son will tell you never teach me this one. I never seen this one. Correct? A human will tell like that. So our machine learning algorithm will never tell that you never teach me like that. It will try to match as close as possible either apple or orange. That is what supervised learning. In a simple terms, there is an input, there are features and there is a labels or output, right? Let us consider the next term, unsupervised learning with a real world example. The same my kid, I am going to some movie theater, my kid is coming next to me and he is suddenly telling, Papa, my max teacher. So never my son took a max teacher picture and learned in home, right? He never learned in home. But he is able to tell that when he sees max teacher, he is immediately telling, oh, see my max teacher. He is going and wishing or whatever it is doing. Correct? So an unsupervised learning is learned by your neural system. Okay, regularly when he is seeing the features and it is learning itself the features and it is giving the output. Correct? In a learnment term. And the last one is reinforcement learning. See, whatever the first two terms we did, we told majority of the algorithms we do. Majority of the problems we do with the supervised learning and unsupervised learning. But we never touched reinforcement learning till now for any applications which we deployed or which we implemented. Okay. So that works with the help of rewards and awards. So if time permits, we'll come back to that point. Okay. So with the help of this understanding, we will introduce two more terminologies. What is meaning of clustering? How? So let us consider one fine Sunday I am going to market. Okay, I am buying all the vegetables in one single bag and I am coming and putting the bag in my home with all the vegetables. My small son who is age of 4, he is able to separate those vegetables with his own knowledge or her knowledge. How? Because with the help of some features, some parameters, he is trying to group those into different bags. That's what clustering means. Simple term, that's what clustering means. If I am putting all the vegetables in one place, if you are able to separate apple, orange, even anybody can do. It's not great thing. Any small kid can do. So that's what called as clustering. Okay. So these the initial things done. Let us go back to the real work. In 2016, there's an attack in Pathankot. If anybody have seen the newspaper, these are all newspaper clippings of 2016, which happened in Pathankot. Early morning 3:30, the Pathankot was attacked by our enemy group. They just come inside the Air Force base and they started firing. This what happened. This was really happened. It's not a, see, you can see the newspaper cuttings. Okay. So Government of India is having a different laboratories to solve Government of India's problem. Okay. So DRDO is one such lab, takes care of defense related problems. Okay. So DRDO is having several labs. So they decided that we want to find some intrusion detection system, intelligent intrusion detection system, which can address the need. So if any faculty interested to do projects with DRDO, there are different DIA COE centers are there all over India. They have floated the problem statement. So like that, DRDO also floated the problem statement. I also submitted a project proposal. The DRDO, I also submitted a project proposal how to solve this problem. It's a problem of intrusion detection system. If somebody comes inside your perimeter, I have to tell that there is somebody came inside the perimeter. Okay. So if I tell this problem to any student, Sir, it's very easy, sir. I can use cameras, I can use lot of sensors. He can give some solution, right? So like that, I also wrote the project proposal and submitted to DRDO center. That proposal was rejected. That proposal was rejected. Okay, state got rejection, but they were appreciated one thing, because of our previous work. They appreciated one thing. They told that these are all the requirements. If you can able to solve the problem, we are ready to fund the project. See, one, and I never heard those terminologies and those words when I am ready to take the project. That's whatever the technologies they are telling, whatever the sensors they are telling, I never ever heard before. So the first thing what I understand is that if I want to solve real world problem, I have to take a problem which nobody addressed, or I should ready to anybody. That problem may fail. See, but until unless I take the problem which is challenging, it is really difficult to sustain in the world. It can be anything. It can be a DRDO problem. It may be, I may be from CSAR, I may be from PhD Tech or any institution. If I am not able to take a problem which will be challenging, it is really difficult to sustain. That's what my understanding that day. And as I have to survive in my laboratory, we accepted to take the problem. We accepted to take the problem, and this complete talk will be how we solve the problem and what are the challenges we faced when we are solving the problem and how we address the challenges. Okay. So finally we went to, this is the architecture we planned. Okay. So this is the army base. This is the army base. One circular one is an army base, where if somebody comes inside the army base, I should able to tell that yes, this is the intrusion. This is the person who is entering, which which this place is a restricted place or classified place. People should not enter, but the person is entering. I should able to intimate to the base. That's the first thing. The another problem is with these kind of problems. These solution have to work 24/7, and these these systems will be deployed in the outdoor. It will not be in the covered room or whatever it may be. So these are all the challenges when we discussed it. Okay. So they have first told that they have told some sensors. These sensors please try to use. What they told is that none of the things should be visible to the naked eye. None of the systems should be visible to the naked eye. It should be hidden. If somebody comes to that area, we should be able to tell it. The problem statement is clear for everybody. Okay. So we have studied the problem statement. We decided that it's a what I understand with working with the DRDO or any funding agency. If a stakeholder and me, mean the person who is solving the problem, if we understand each other, it is very easy to solve the problem. It's very easy to solve the problem. Okay. So what they told is that DRDO have one center. Normally they develop long distance lasers. Okay. So if this is the laser, you see here, this is the laser. So they asked me to use the laser to find the laser wall. The next sensor which I never heard, which are all called as seismic sensors, which will be buried in the ground. It will not be seen in the naked eye. Normally these sensors will be used for finding the earthquake. If there is an earthquake, we will try to study the ground tectonic plate movements. These sensors, the seismic sensors will be used for that purpose. So we have to use those sensors to address the problem. See, what the ultimate thing is that you take the input from different sensor, you use your well defined machine learning or AI models, and that model should tell that there is an intrusion happening, please address it. This is what the problem statement. Okay. So the first challenge, okay, first module is not having any machine learning. Please no need to worry about it. We will just tell what we have done. See, the first problem is that if this army base is in particular location, I have to bury the sensors in the LOC or a border, and I have to bring the data to the base. I have to bring the data to the base. So that was the first challenge for us. So what we have done is that we have placed these are all laser poles. So, sorry, this light. Okay, these are all laser poles. where we will be using a, okay, one more problem statement is that I have to demonstrate this one for 100 meter. I don't need to as a project executor, I don't need to demonstrate the long big area. I have to demonstrate for 100 meter first. In that 100 meter, any intrusion happens, I have to intimate. Okay. So the first one is the laser. This laser will point, will have a distance of 100 meter. Will have a distance of 100 meter. So if there is any cut in the laser, okay, this you have seen in lot of movies. This you have seen in a lot of movies. The same thing only. It's not a very hi-fi things. So what we have to do is that, see, why we are using this one means we want to make the next level is stronger. So this one, this laser, we have used the laser. This, if there is a cut in the laser, we have to first level of trigger will come. First level of trigger will come. With this trigger, I have to do further analysis. Okay. So the first task is that if I have a laser in 1 kilometer away, how to bring the data to the base? That was the first challenge. Okay. That was the first challenge. So we used serial communication from the laser pole to the base. We use the serial communication where it can come more than 1.2 kilometer. From there, we converted to Ethernet communication. So this was the first architecture we started. How the data will bring it to the base. That's the first architecture. Then what we did is that, see, these are all the initial test bits. We have placed the laser. This is the 500 meter. In a laboratory, I can't. So what we did is initially we rolled the wire for 500 meter, and we try to bring the data to that computer. We are thinking this the 1 kilometer long distance. I placed laser, and I am bringing the data to the control room. Okay. So this involves lot of electronics. Okay. Well, we'll come. So this was the PCB. See, it is not a one man job. I have a lot of team members. This was completely taken care by one electronics team. See, the problem we faced is that initially we have, wait. We have faced the, okay, we'll come back. Sorry, 1 minute. Okay, let me place the laser, one laser. Like that, our analysis team find that we have to place 9 lasers in one end. We have to place another side 9 lasers. These two will travel 100 meter. If there is a cut, we have to intimate to the base. That was the thing. So the initial challenge was how to place 9 laser in one PCB. I have to because that PCB will be placed outside. How to place the 9 laser in one PCB? So we used a small microcontroller, embedded microcontroller, but that the first challenge was that microcontroller is not having that many ports. Serial ports are not there to place. So what we did is that we placed the 2 microcontroller. One microcontroller was master microcontroller, another microcontroller was slave microcontroller. So it will simply will continuously will give the data. It will continuously will give the data of distance. Okay. This is the lining diagram. How these lasers are connected. 9 laser sensors are how it is connected, and exactly we replicated with the PCB. Okay. So these white slots are where we will place the lasers. Where we will place the lasers. So say they just told only one thing, use laser. They did not tell anything extra. Okay, they did not tell how you have to use what, all those things. So what we did is that we have a mechanical team. They came up with one architecture how to withstand this pole, this laser pole, and we have our mechanical means manufacturing system unit. We have manufactured this pole. Finally, this pole was something like this. You can see in your Google Earth, in our in front of our lab, this is there. So let me explain this. See, these are all the positions of lasers. These are all positions of lasers. These are all positions of lasers. And there was one solar panel and mounted on top of it. It was not asked by DRDO or anybody. It was all like credit to my students and my collaborators. When we are discussing, it came up. See, and the small tilt unit is attached in top of the solar panel. So you can ask me why. See, government of India made entire India, they survived. What angle if you put a solar panel, you will get the maximum efficiency in that latitude and longitude. Okay. So we have studied that. so that this may be deployed in anywhere in the world or anywhere in India. So we thought that let us keep one tilt unit. And there is one, wait, this is the place for battery. So we have studied that if it is deployed in a some place, some desert or somewhere, if some places where the sun is not there, how much time, for example, once the battery is charged, how much time your complete electronics will work? We studied that. See, almost it will work for 7 days. Almost it will work for 7 days. So the point is that when you are taking a real world problem, you have to study everything. What are the problems you will face? You have to study everything. And we have placed these poles opposite of each other in 100-meter long, and we are successfully able to cross. We are able to find if somebody crosses the zone, we are able to detect it with our simple trigger mechanism. We are able to trigger it. So whenever any funding agency give the fund, they will come for reviews every 6 months or 1 year. They will come for review. So DRDO director came. Only one simple question he asked me: Srinivas, please tell me, if a bird flies in front of your laser, what your laser will do? It will flicker. So you see the level of one question is sufficient to class. So then see, that is why we told that no, we are not using only based on this. That's what we are trying to tell. So if there is a bird fly, it will trigger, but your algorithm should not tell that there's an intrusion. That's what the point. That's what the point. See, that's what a person who is giving money, right? He will be very clear about what you want. So you should address. See, you should see in all the directions when you are addressing some problem. Okay, that's what industrial is yesterday also telling. Software testing is very important. Okay, so that one question is triggered as one question only. Simple question: one bird flies, what will happen? So we told we are okay. Then we will tell that okay, we will consider these things. This is one of the question we have to address it. See, as you got the money, you have to address it anyhow. Okay. So this was successfully deployed, and we have a group of computer science students. They have developed a very good GUI. They try to put in the cloud to visualize the data visualization, all those things. Whatever we can do with the data, we are able to do. We have done. So you can see one small. So this is the architecture we used. See, these architectures are available here. It's not. I'm telling you. If a BTech guy comes for a 6 months internship, he will do in 1 week this one for me. If I give the data. So, see, these are done by students only. That's why I'm telling you. So simply he will make this architecture. Simply as I am getting the data in Ethernet, he will split it, put it in the server, and you can able to visualize anywhere where the trigger is coming. And the thing is that these are all not asked by DRDO. These are all not asked by DRDO, but we are able to see see, it's not that I am not telling that I did. See, we get lot of students for internship. So I have to give some work. So what work I will give? So I will tell, okay, you try this one, you try this one. So like this only these outputs came. Okay. So we are able to put the data in the cloud, and you can see this was the, so there is one video. You can see that, see, in fact it was raining, the day was raining. You please see that the day was raining. If the guy crosses that particular pole, it will just simply will trigger. And see, here we did not put too much brain into it. It was a challenge for electronics team to make a PCB which have to, see, there are two challenges for the electronics team: collect the data, send it to the control room, and when there is a sun, please charge the battery, parallelly you give the power to electronics. When there is no sun, please take the output from the battery. These criticalities was there. Other than that, we did not face any issue in this work. But only one question, the bird fly question is spoiled our this one. Spoil means, yes, it was used, but we have taken this as an input to our next level system. Okay. Okay. So this is about the first unit of our intrusion detection system, which is completely based on electronics, not based on any computer science challenges involved here. But you see here, this is the work really motivated us to give lot of outputs for us. See, normally these seismic sensors are buried in the ground. Any person who is a geophysicist will know these sensors will give you the vibrations which is happening in the earth, vibration which is happening in the earth surface. Okay, so what was our study was, we buried the sensors. First we buried the sensors. After burying the sensor, simple supervised machine learning we did. How my kid learned for apple or orange, like that only we did in our algorithm also. So what we did is that, see, these sensors will be giving a vibration which is happening in the earth 17-meter radius may it will give the vibrations. Okay, so how a supervised machine learning will work? If I want my kid to learn apple and orange, I should show apple and orange to my kid, correct or not? Same thing, I place the sensor. What are the intrusions possible? A human walking near the sensor, animal walking near the sensor, a vehicle going near the sensor. These are all possibilities are there, or calling may be there. So what I have to do? I have to collect the data. The first task is I have to collect the data. So we spend nearly 8 months to collect the only data. We spend nearly 8 months to only collect the data. See, you can see here. So okay, I'll come back to this one. I'll come back to this one. Don't worry. I'll come back to this one. Yes, there are some computer science stuffs are there. We'll come back to this one. So this is our robotics and automation department building. Now the department name is changed, underwater robotics. So we have buried. See, in every instant we want to ensure DRDO. We are covering 100-meter long. Okay, so one sensor was buried in here, the another sensor is buried far away from the robotics department. Okay, so let me come back to the stuff. Oh, sorry. What we initially thought, when the sensor came, we buried in the soil and we try to tap. Just you try to tap near the sensor, it will give one peak. Okay, it will give a simple peak. Okay, so what we want is that when there is no disturbance, what is the signal? When there is a disturbance, what is signal? That's what we are interested of. That's what really we are interested of. Okay, now what we thought initially, when the data is coming, we try to use a tree architecture to implement our machine learning models. Okay, we purposefully make some movement. We will not make a movement. You have two different set of data. One is with the movement, one is without movement. So you make any ML model, available ML model. Then if there is a movement, you try to find whether it's a vehicle movement or living being. Because of this architecture, what is the advantage of this architecture? Each branch I can put on machine learning model. Okay, each split I can put different machine learning models. Okay. But unfortunately, this did not work. It worked up to human and vehicle and no disturbance. When animal come, it did not work. See, in my discussion, most of the thing where the failure happened, that I will try to explain you. Okay, so this did not work for us. So this was a simple architecture how we are deploying a machine learning model into a boards, GPU boards. Okay, so normally this is a any basic machine learning deployable machine learning model flow chart is like this only. You will collect the data, you will extract the feature, you will develop a machine learning model, and you will generate any form of pickle file or any binary file, and you will finally will deploy the model for real time processing. That's it. So this is regular work of any student who is in my lab, they will be doing. Okay, so this is an architecture we followed, and the major takeaway for this talk will be, a machine learning engineer or data scientist, you should have a real meaningful data. If you don't have meaningful data, what are all the problem you will face? We will explain you. What are the problem we faced? Okay, so what we thought is, see, I need lot of data. So what we did is that we hired a people. We hired the people. So they come daily morning 5 o'clock. They will come and they will. Sorry. Yeah, one more video. I'll do. So okay, I'll talk from here. No issues. See here. Yeah. So this guy daily comes. We are paying this guy for 500 rupees per day. He will do 2 months like this. Because see you see this is inside how we are getting the signal. It's a signal. We are buried the sensors in a line, and in one stretch all the six sensors will give data, but that all the six sensor data will not be useful for me. When he is walking in a first meter, one meter, the 100-meter sensor will not be picking the signal. So yeah, machine, who is the computer science guy who have to take care of signal pre-processing, where the real data is available, he have to extract it. So we need large amount of data. For that purpose we hire the people, and we ask them to run that near the sensor. Okay, so we collected data like a single person movement, two person movement, multiple person movement. There are several days we collected data. So once this data is taken, yeah, this is data for collecting a. See, normally our data collection starts morning 6 a.m. By 8:30 we will complete the data collection, because in a government organization after 9 o'clock lot of people will be, see, nobody will be there when we are collecting the data, nobody will be there. So 6 to 8 very good time for doing any kind of data collection for our institute. So we are very happy we collected the data of no disturbance data, a human movement data, vehicle movement data, and we are able to, we are, see, if a data is clear, your ML model will give you like a charm result. Okay, you no need to do too much about which machine learning model, which deep learning model, not required. If you are very clear about your data, it will give you result. It will really will give you result. Okay, so we are able to collect that, because see, we have hired our car regularly. We used to collect data for almost 6 months. One good thing is that more than me, my students will be very interested when they are doing this kind of work. They are very interested to do this work. Once, this was the challenge we faced. See, I need an animal to walk there, but I don't want a human step there. Okay, so the vibration in the floor is very important for me when I am collecting data. So in North India, one good thing is that they use horses for the marriage ceremonies. So we hire the person for 6 months. I cannot ask the horse to walk daily for 1 hour, 2 hours. It will get tired. So they will come, and that guy is another problem. Whenever marriage is there, he will get good amount of money, he will go. So these are all the challenges we faced. But once the data is very good, you see when we are seeing the results, you will be very happy. So you see here, so like this, we collected data. Is the thing that when we have shown this video to our institute, they got shocked when hours came inside, because normally we complete the work 6 to 8. Nobody will come office. So we are very happy to collect the data. So once all this data is ready, we used several machine learning algorithms. We published a lot of papers. Once the data was ready, these kind of problems are not available in literature. So it was easy for us to publish the papers also and solve the problems also. But you need patience to collect the data. See, all these things what I am trying to tell, the data is very important. Okay. So we are very happy. We have completed all these things. And once your model is ready, yes, it's a DRDO work, we have to give a software also to the DRDO. So we have, see, whenever any student comes to my lab, we will tell him to learn 1 month Python. Please accustom with my lab. I will not disturb that guy. You learn 1 month. You learn, then we will talk further. So there will be a lot of students. They will help him, and he will understand. So what is our ultimate thing is that we have to develop a machine learning algorithm, deploy the algorithm, and you have seen the graphs, right? Now that will be the input to the machine learning algorithm. Your input is coming from real time from that sensor. Now you can see that there are 6 sensors. All these 6 sensors can give you. See, this guy is walking. We will normally will observe second sensor because second sensor is in front of our department. You can see that. See, these results are coming from your ML model inferences. Is coming from the model. Okay. Now you see here the one more good thing is about this machine learning. I have taken a car data. I never taken a bike data. Please try to understand. I have taken a car data. I never taken a bike data. But still this ML model is giving a result. See, when a car moves in the surface, I have 8 seconds that disturbance. But when a bike moved, it was only 3 second disturbance. The signal is same. Signal pattern is same. Only the impact is very less time. So we are able to successfully test bike also with car data. Now everything went fine. Okay, we'll come back to this one. Okay, everything went fine. We are very happy. And see, in our institute, whenever any see every time some guest will come, every time guest will come. So we are very happy to demonstrate to the guest. One fine day, we want to demonstrate to HAL director. So in Durgapur, it rains heavily. It rains heavily, and it started raining when before he is about to come. And it was like a mess of mess. One sensor is telling human, another sensor is telling animal, another sensor is telling vehicle. So complete flop. So we understood that when we are deploying in a real time, we should understand what are the problems comes. So rain disturbed our dream. Then we told DRDO that it was not working in rain. We confessed in the DRDO, it is really not working in the rain. So first thing, they are very happy. When we told it is not working in rain, they are very happy. At least you are telling the truth. Then he told, take 6 months time. Please try to solve the problem. If you can able to solve the problem, we are grateful to you. Then again go to the drawing board, and we have students. See, as the students are there. See, one student told, sir, I will try one rain sensor. You see here what he did. This is the rain sensor development. He just crude way he did one copper wires. He's tried to put the water. Then another student told, sir, it will not work because when a bird flies and put some shit, that will contact each other and it will tell it is a rain. It will not work. It will really will not work. This was the problem we faced. Then so see, we are somehow have to solve the problem. How to solve the problem? Any guess? Very simple. I showed my son apple and orange. I did not show pomegranate. So if I want my son to learn pomegranate, what I should do? I should show pomegranate to my son. This is the pomegranate. Whenever you are showing a pomegranate, you please tell this is a pomegranate. That's it. So that simple. See, that is what the simple things only will help. Correct? That is why I told. I trained my son and apple and orange. I have shown pomegranate to him. Now you only developed your machine learning model. Please show the pomegranate. Your machine learning model will tell very happily it is a pomegranate. Okay? But there is a problem. How to get the pomegranate data? See, because that our institute and where we stay is different places. Okay. So when there is a rain, I need to collect the data. When there is a rain, I need to collect the data. Then what we thought, whenever it is raining in our place, we will remotely will trigger the, because anytime it can rain. But unfortunately, in Durgapur, it will rain here. It will not rain in the after 2 kilometers. Then one fine day, what happened? My after 9:30, my student came to my home. Sir, it is raining very heavily. Let us go to lab. Night 9:30 after dinner. I was little worried because it is raining heavily. Some trees will fall. That is very common there. Sir, please, sir, let us go. Then I told, okay, we'll go. We went there. It is not raining there. Then he told, sir, we'll do one thing. Today night we'll sleep in the lab. So the God is really great. he have helped us. The guard, please play the video. Okay, I'll try here. So it's night 11:30. We are taking a data, and the next day we are very eager to see our algorithm. The next day it was giving its rain. Very simple. So that's what I am trying to tell. When you are trying to see this, I am telling you this. I did not tell my student let us go. My student only told sir let us go, sir let us go, and they are very eager to say see next day what is the result. So we took a data whole night, maybe 2-3 hours. We took a data, and see what we did is that remaining data we have taken mostly real time. This data, initial data we have taken, then we used the GAN. We used the GAN, we simulated the data. Okay, we simulated the data, and that will work really great, and we are able to solve the problem. But see, DRDO is not that easy. You can't escape from the people. It is really difficult, and they are very happy when we shown this work. We are very happy. But see, India is having 4 different soil terrain. Okay, so your sensor will behave different places in different terrain. So we thought that okay, I'll come back to this. These are all our paper only. This everything is available in our paper. You can read it. So we took 10 days tour. We went to Jaisalmer. Okay, we went to Jaisalmer. You see here our team. We are we are developed the algorithm in Durgapur, and we took the date. We took our complete system to Jaisalmer, which is in near Pokhran, where the test will happen, nuclear test will happen. From there, 100 kilometer only. So we have stayed there for 10 days. We have used their camel in desert. You see here a human walking. And what was our plan is that whether our algorithm is working in desert or not, which we developed in Durgapur. That's the first challenge. If it is not working, we will use this data, and based on terrain, we will develop machine learning models. Based on terrain, we will develop machine learning models, and more than so we have taken we have taken several data in the Rajasthan. More than terrain, the company who sold the sensor, they are too much interested to yes. See, we have that is very easy, ma'am. When it is normally raining, you take a data. That's a simple rain. That's it. That's it. Yes. Otherwise, it is. I mean, without any disturbance, we that is very easy to take data because we no need to walk.
No, until now nothing. Maybe
It's
that's
easy.
because of the lag or
So we were there in Jaisalmer. See, we are very happy to execute this work. And you please tell me, sir, then what is the problem? See, our algorithms, our machine learning models, whatever we developed using a computer science, more than 100 kilometer, where the industry comes into the picture, how to scale. India is having a kilometer, sorry, more than 100 meter, sorry, 100, not 100 meter, we demonstrated. If I want to go for kilometers, how it is possible? Still, this domain is open for an electronics guy who can develop a machine learning models in a chip, small chip. Okay, so we have developed all the algorithms. It is working really well. We are happy for it, but a defense manufacturing unit also ready to manufacture systems. But the problem is that when you make it a kilometers, how these problems are open problems have to be solved. Any VLSI or high-end GPUs, we really don't know how to solve these problems. So this is on a open area. We have to work. We have to solve the problem. And okay, I told that a bird fly, what will happen? This was the question, right? So what we thought is that we will use both the triggers. This trigger will be this laser trigger will be initial trigger. After that, you consider only seismic data. If both are triggering, then you give the result. That's what we did. See, we did with a simple Q. This one. Q. You can see that. Yeah, thank you. You see here, we are running a car, at the same time we are triggering the pole also. We are triggering the pole also, so that we are, see, every second you will process the data. Your sensor will give you every second, and we are putting in a queue and dequeuing. Based on that, we are considering whether there is a disturbance or no disturbance. Okay, so here I have only shown what is the importance of data. Data is very important. I did not show the deployable challenges. See, deployable challenges, see, basically what we will do, we have high-end computers for making a machine learning models. We have, what we will do, we collect the data. Data engineering, we will do lot of time. We will spend lot of time for data engineering. We will clean up the data, all those things. Once the data engineering is done, we will use any ML models, and we will try to classify the results. But the problem means that when we introduce the rain, when we introduce the animal, lot of ML models did not work. Then we went for some signal processing help from one signal processing guy. Then we understood that the seismic signals are similar to our voice. It is below 1000 hertz. So we have found the papers which they solved speech recognition. The same methods we used, it was working perfectly. It was simply working perfectly, and we are fortunate to publish a good amount of papers in this area. See, and another thing, when the project came to us, DRDO never asked papers. They never ask paper. Okay, they will ask, when I am coming there, it is working or not. Simple question. It have to work. When the funding agency person comes, the system have to work in the field. That's what the ultimate thing. So our ultimate thing is to make the system work, which will be used for government of India for some sense. So we will be very happy. So this, okay, we'll show you. I'll show you the. Sorry, can I come back? Okay. See, this is a complete architecture how we solved our problems. But this help also, when we are discussing in one conference to one faculty, he just casually told what is the signal, what kind of nature of the signal. When he told, why can't you try with the GMM algorithms? So like this only we started. Like this only we started. So the point what I was trying to tell is that people will tell that don't share the information of scientific research, but I will try to tell that you please share, because you will get ideas. See, CMARI is having one advantage. What is the advantage? That we have to conduct a jigyasa program. Jigyasa program means for school students will come regularly, school students will come, and we have to explain the system to school students. And at the end of that session, we will give one white sheet to that school student. Please write the questions. The questions which the school students are asking, right? If you try to solve those questions, you will get lot of papers. No need to worry. One guy asked me, sir, when there is a snow, how your system will work? Hailstorm, how your system will work? So we did not study. Till now, we did not study. We did not study. And when the soil is clay, how the system will work? So there are a lot of areas have to be addressed in this problem also. We are very happy to host the students. We are very happy to host the students. And anytime, please approach us. We are very happy to collaborate with anybody if they are trying to solve the problems. Yes, ma'am. But the thing is that, ma'am, when we thought those sensors, even seismic sensors also, the coverage is very less. When you buried. So when vibration sensor or piezoelectric sensors or load cells, I can't cover the more area. Even this also less according to me, because we want to cover the larger spectrum. And also this is a passive sensor, sir. If you treat it, it will give the peak. Okay, so we used, there is one microcontroller called Tinzy. Because actually, ma'am, these all the things comes because of I want a very small microcontroller, compact, and it have to work 24/7. So that the issue is, see, all the issue comes when you are deploying. What are the constraints, and we have to compensate each other. Yes, 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 ma'am. Yes. In fact, see, when we do this work, they are also very happy to see the results. But at the end, we are also not that much happy because finally, still it is not deployed. We are still working on it. Still, lot of areas to be addressed. But they are agreed to go with some airports. May not be LOCs. They are agreed to go with some airport unauthorized airport areas. They are now started deploying these kind of sensors. So we are hosting internship for a lot of students, those who are going for higher studies. Lot come from IITs, NITs, even PhD Tech. Lot of students from PhD Tech we hosted. I am very happy if PhD Tech students want to go for higher studies. Please come, please visit to CMERI. We work extensively in the area of underwater robotics and the DRDO projects. Please visit. This is the only one small work which we are doing. I presented here. We do lot of work. Sir, you can ask me, sir, what I will get there. See, you will get all these facilities. I'm telling you, you will get all the facilities. We will allow you to work with these facilities. See, that is why lot of people ask me, sir, can I do remote internship? In this, how can I give you remote internship? You yourself tell. Every day we are outside the department. How can I give you a remote internship? It is impossible. So please visit. And I always tells this one. I am really unfortunate. I don't know why the students from PhD Tech is not interested on this kind of fellowships. Government of India is giving a fellowship for summer research fellowship, paid fellowship. It is a paid fellowship. They will give you up and down train ticket for BTech second year and third year students. Please apply. It is not about money. It's about the government of India is giving, and you are competing with the entire Indian government. Okay, so please try. Please visit our lab, and it is applicable to faculties also. We are a part of it. We have some hand in that. We have some hand in that. I don't want to tell all those things. We are a part of it. Please apply this fellowship, and this fellowship this year I don't know, still it's open. Normally November is the last, but still it is open. Please search. If you can apply, if you can come, you can see. Some people thought process changed after joining our group. I am not telling you should change your thought process, but you can see when you are seeing from some students from IITs and NITs how they are thinking, and we I am not telling we don't have potential. We have a lot of potential, and I see a lot of robotics guys are applying from PhD Tech. I have seen in one of the Tata higher study scholarship, two applications come from robotics group. I am very happy. In fact, we gave a green signal to those students, so they are getting. So I request PhD Tech computer science guys, if they are interested, please come our lab. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. If you have any doubts, please ask me. Sorry, I was little fast. Yes, sir.
Before, one second, before the questions, just one small thanks I would do, and then you can proceed. அதை ஓபன் பண்றீங்களா? I'm speechless. I'm proud to say I'm his teacher. I'm not to say like he's my student. Proud to say I'm his teacher. So
Thank you.
that's it. There are no other words to tell. ஒரே ஒரு டாக்குமெண்ட் காட்டுறேன். என்னோட லைஃப்ல இந்த மாதிரி ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆனது. ஹி வாஸ் த ஸ்டார்டிங் பாயிண்ட். அந்த டாக்குமெண்ட் ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. ப்ரொஜெக்ட் ஆகுதா? It should be like surprise to Srinivasan too.
Yes, ma'am. I also really I don't know what is it.
2003 la there was a lab set up on open source. To be very specific, என்னோட PhD journey started there. இந்த மாதிரி specific on a program or a domain, it started there. We had an open source lab, everything. என்னோட first consultancy project,
Okay.
it was from USA,
Okay.
from HPE.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fortunate to work. Yeah.
He
It's
was
great.
the one
Yeah.
who did it, and we got 1 lakh as consultancy fee
Yes.
in 2003.
Yeah, when I was 20. Okay, yes, ma'am, I got. Thank you. Yeah.
And there were எப்படியாவது இவர் பேசுறதுக்குள்ள அந்த டாக்குமெண்ட்டை ரிட்ரைவ் பண்றதுக்கு ஐ வாஸ் சர்ச்சிங். ஃபைனலி ஐ காட் இட். அண்ட் இட் இஸ் ஜஸ்ட் ஒரே ஒரு டேபுலர் காலம். 2007ல நான் எடிட் பண்ணது. ஐ வில் ஷோ யூ நோ. ஏன் வரலையா?
Yeah, that's the
It was on Open HPE. I was so happy. The industry mentor who was Mohan from HPE, he was there yesterday. எனக்கு அவர் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பார்த்தோன்னே தெரியல, ஏன்னா பிகாஸ் ரொம்ப இயர்ஸ் ஆச்சு. 2003 ஒரு 2 நிமிஷம் மேம் அப்படியே சொன்னோன்னே ஐ காட் இட். ஐ வாஸ் சோ ஹாப்பி. லைக் 2007ல இருந்து 25 எவ்வளவு தூரம் ஃபேஸ் மாறியாச்சு, உருவம் மாறியாச்சு, எவ்ரி திங் ஹஸ் சேஞ்ச்ட், பட் அவர் ரிலேஷன்ஷிப் கண்டினியூஸ். ஸோ தட்ஸ் பிஎஸ்டி. அண்ட் அதை பார்த்துட்டா இட் வில் பி பெட்டர். வரலையா?
Sir, whenever PhD Tech asks something, right, we can't say no. We can't say no. See, we have a lot of attachment to PhD Tech, and we got lot of things from PhD Tech. That always we have. I always will have. See, in fact, I visited 3 times PhD Tech. 3 times. I met madams. Sir also I met 2-3 times. So I went. In from PhD Tech also we are getting students. We are getting students.
Okay, let
So that's the name of PhD. We come.
Questions go. Within
Yes.
that, they'll be able to connect. I will
Sir,
retrieve
please,
the
sir,
document. Someone wants to ask question.
The Israeli defense failed.
Yes, sir.
With their all their automation systems, they failed actually. So, will this intrusion detection system be able to protect our borders in such a scenario like a swarm attack that Hamas did?
Sir, I think that was drone attack, right, sir?
Swarm.
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 Okay, sir. See, frankly telling, that's what I told also here. We are able to demonstrate only 100 meters, sir. And how to scale this technology, that is one problem statement. And one more, we are trying to whether these sensors can able to detect those things. We are trying, sir. But I don't know how much it is possible. We have to see. Sir, when we are working for field deployable work, right, there are a lot of challenges we are facing. But still we need the time and we need a patience time. First we need time, and we have to do lot of work. That is pending. I agree it. And this
Okay.
at present system will end, but in fact we are working. One of my student and one of my team is working on that.
Super, super, sir.
See, sir, I see. I don't know. Yesterday, one good, very good question came, but I think I don't know from this side. We are taking rare earth materials from the ma'am asked. See, whatever it may be technology, at the end of the day, if it is not used for mankind, there is no way we are trying to. Yes, yes. No, that is not related to that question, sir. Yes, sir, we are working, sir. We are working, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank
We'll
you.
talk offline, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, please ask questions. Even you can mail me, no issues. But I will tell you, lot of questions of school students helped us to solve the problem. Lot of questions of school students, because they are not fearful. They ask lot of questions, and that too they ask in the note paper only. They have to write and give. So we are able to solve the problems.
Hello, sir. Yeah, so I'm a faculty here. It was a very interesting talk. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. So I have actually one question. Like, no, when you were demonstrating the seismic sensor, many time like people were running on the sensors
Yes.
in order to make that
The impact,
vibrations.
yes, yes.
So I'm just want to ask about the sensitivity of the sensors, because intruders mostly they walk very slowly.
Yes, yes.
They won't run and come to
Yes,
that
ma'am.
place, right? So that sensitivity matters. And the second question I had, which you all already told, that how this system can be implemented in places like Ladakh, where you will be having snow, and so it will affect the sensors. You
Yes.
cannot bury under the snow. So these are two questions
Yes,
which
ma'am.
I have, sir.
In fact, first I will address second question, then I will come back to first question. In fact, ma'am, we thought these solutions will be helpful for LOC. In that perspective only we have taken. Finally, we understood that it is really difficult. It is really difficult. So we are going for now BSF, even this airports. The airport authorities are taking these things. And in fact, this related to snow and other areas. First thing, we did not test it, ma'am. I can't I can't comment it how it will behave. Yes, there is a definitely the signals will be different, and we have taken a data crawling also. We did not show to you. We have taken a data for crawling because we asked the guys to crawl because we did not it did not look good. That's why we did not show. We have taken a crawler and we have taken a one small very small robot. See, ma'am, the sensitivity is two way. It is dependent how close you are going and how much depth you are burying the sensor to the ground and how effective your DAC. These three parameters plays a major role, ma'am. Mainly DAC, how much. So we are tested 17.5 meter radius. It was able to catch. It was able to catch. The only difference is that a guy goes near the sensor, that impact will be there for longer period of time. Guy goes far away from the sensor, the impact will be there for less period of time. That the characteristics of signal will be almost same.
So,
That
sir,
we
I have,
tested.
thank you so much. I have one more related question. Like, what about the price of the seismic
Very
sensors?
very
Because
cheap, ma'am. Very
very,
cheap.
very
Don't
cheap.
think it's very costly. You can start. It is 19,500 rupees, ma'am. One sensor.
Okay,
You can buy.
since it is a serial connection, you will be
Yes, ma'am.
having wires
We have
also.
made a serial
That is
connect.
also buried.
Buried. Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
okay,
Yes.
okay. Thank you so.
You see, these sensors, ma'am. Actually, at the end of the day, we need some students. They want papers. For that, papers. So these sensors can be used for some indoor application as well. There are a lot of literatures were there how this can be used for indoor application. You can start, ma'am. Any faculty can buy. If you want, I can give you contact. It's in Gurugram only. 19,500 rupees, ma'am. One sensor, which can cover 17.5 meter radius. You can use. Ma'am, we are interested now for landslide. How the landslide signals we are means we are trying to propose a proposal for landslide with with this seismic work.
Thank you, Srini.
Okay, ma'am.
Many
Thank
of
you.
you will have a lot of questions to talk to him. Like, we are running short of time. The next session is ready. Uh, I told you just before, right? Srini, is it? So, there were two students. One was Srini, another was Wilfred. Am I right? So that was my first attempt. It was open hardware interface. HP's, there were some bugs. There were some plugins to be, oh, HP is here. Okay, this was our consultancy with USA. And to say clearly, 2003 la da, I joined in 97. Such kind of motivation started in 2003. And industry connection எனக்கு first கொடுத்தது it was Srini. That was their ME project, ME computer science student. And எனக்கு இப்ப டக்கு தோணுச்சு, somehow I was able to retrieve the document. And இப்ப எப்படி இந்த AI consortium has become a movement. இந்த மாதிரி if you just go ஒரு ஸ்டெப் மேல போங்க, just மேல போங்க, மேல you can see like AI consortium at PSG Tech. Now it has come to a college level. By that time it was at the computer science level, open source at CSC at PSG Tech. ஒரே 1 minute I'll take, go back. இப்ப இது இல்ல, it has taken a lot of other shapes. You can just see it was opened by Chandrasekhar from PSG Cognizant. And later the movement went ahead. Lot of students worked. Then it went, பின்னாடி போயிட்டு இருங்க, அப்படியே போங்க. There were courses introduced. Students took up the course. First time it was introduced in open source. Almost CSE, IT, MCA, everyone had this course, open source systems. And the course we introduced, then you go. And NRC FOSS, National Research Center for Free Open Source. They were the one to first guide us how to move towards open source in 2003. அப்படியே போங்க, இது எல்லாமே போச்சு. நெக்ஸ்ட் இந்த லாஸ்ட் இருக்கு இல்லையா, கஸ்டமைசேஷன் ஆஃப் லினக்ஸ். இது யாருன்னா, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டே யூட் ஹவ் சீன் சிவவிசாகன், ரைட்? அண்ட் தெர் வர் 5 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், சிவவிசாகன், நிலவழகன், அவங்க தான் இதை பண்ணாங்க. ஹி ஈவன் டோல் தட் டியூரிங் த இனாகுரேஷன் ஆஃப் கன்சோர்ஷியம், எங்களுக்கு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து கேலசிட்டோல தான் வி காட் திஸ் ஐடியா. See how people come back after so many years. Siva Visagan, after 15 to 20 years, comes back as guest of honor. And he has come for a keynote address. இந்த மாதிரி almost நீங்க பார்த்த எல்லாருமே somehow they have been the alumnus of PSG. So I think the encouragement that I wanted to do is அங்க உட்கார்ந்திருக்க எல்லாமே thy day will come, you will be here. Thank you.
This slide somehow missed, sorry. Because I should not take all the credits. These are all my students. See, wonderful. I had a wonderful student batch. Okay, the guy who is in that first photo, he is in CNRS France. He is doing PhD, and the second guy who is there is the PMR fellow in IIT Delhi. Okay, so they do PhDs there, and all others remaining students are working in software. Okay, so the main bag, whatever I talked, the 60 to 50% of work done by my students and their encouragement. So student, because of student only, we are our project was successful. So please, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request Dr. Jia Karpagam ma'am to present the memento to the speaker.
Thank you, sir, for that compelling and deeply informative session. Your insights into AI-driven surveillance and threat detection have provided us with a clear understanding of how intelligent systems contribute to strategic security and resilience.
Our next keynote takes us into the evolving landscape of enterprise intelligence and the future of intelligence systems. It's a distinct honor to welcome Mr. Srikanth Subramaniam, Vice President Engineering, Salesforce India. Currently serving, our guest has previously held pivotal leadership roles in India Site Leader and Senior Director of Engineering at Twilio and played a significant role at Cisco Systems for over a decade. With a proven track record of building enterprise-grade cloud products, driving strategic growth, and leading high-performing multi-geo teams, our speaker exemplifies visionary leadership, operational excellence, and a deep commitment to quality and innovation. An alumnus of National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, with a master's in computer science and engineering, and MBA from Anna University, this rare blend of technical expertise and business acumen has enabled transformational impact across global organizations. Let us join together in warmly welcoming our distinguished guest. We welcome you, sir.
Need to connect something, right? You need a mic, sir. Mic? I think so, right? Yes. Good morning, everyone. So it was fantastic to be here. First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity because I am so privileged to be here in front of distinguished professors, a lot of industrial people as well as the best minds of the country today. About me, I think it was already shared, but overall 27 plus years of experience and mostly in multinational companies. And currently I'm with Salesforce as a vice president of engineering, and I'm leading the agentic drive in Salesforce for Service Cloud. So there are multiple clouds, and I'm leading the Service Cloud AI. I was with Twilio as the India country head, and then prior to that, a long stint at Cisco, and that's where my journey in the Service Cloud and AI began. And prior to that, Lucent Technologies, mostly in the communications background. And I'm also a technology mentor and consultant for AI and AR VR based systems, startups based in Bangalore. And I also hold a master's in engineering and management as well. My connect with PSG is Dr. GRK. She is my classmate. So let's welcome ourselves to the new reality. It's AI. We have been talking. I mean, this symposium is all about AI, right? So it's the new electricity, right? So there are so many. Deloitte has done a lot of data analysis and then see how the business is transforming in general, right? But I'm not going to take you through all of these data. It's all here to see. But look at it like 79% of the world leaders in the business believe today that their business is going to transform in 3 years, and 1/3 of them believes that in 1 year it's going to be like a rapid change in their business. So everybody is gearing up for the momentum, big momentum that's coming up, right? And um, but what is key to that is the talent, right? So you look at the number one here, the number one barrier to unlock this potential of AI is actually the talent. I know that a lot of innovations are happening, fantastic to see the progress towards the innovation and all, but taking it to a scale, taking it to really deployable applications that Dr. Srinivasan was talking about today, right? So mission critical applications and all of that stuff, I think that's where there is a reskilling that is required for building such a talent here, and I'm sure the ground root starts from here. And market is enormously expanding, and it used to be like 136 billion market about in 2022, and now it's reaching a 3 trillion market. AI market is reaching 3 trillion. It's like a 36% 36% CAGR, which is like significant. I mean, after the internet momentum in 98, this is the first time we are seeing such a rapid change in the technology. And this is a very important number, the last number that you see. 81% of us IT professionals, we strongly believe that we are AI ready, we are ready for the transition, but actually only 12% of us have the real skill to do so, because it's not about how to write a machine learning algorithm or knowing the technology and all of that stuff, but exactly when it comes to how this application is going to be deployed and where it's going to be helpful to the real world use cases is where the significant gap lies today. The pace of change is also really fast. It used to be decades. I remember the first time I was taken aback when Gary Kasparov was defeated by chess, no AI, right? Deep Blue, and that was way back in '96 or whatever. And look at after that, the AI has not really transformed in a big way. After that, there are slow and slight changes. In those days there used to be like washing machines with fuzzy logic and all of that stuff, but look at how the last 3-4 years have evolved, right? So model scale up speed, the QN3 max, it went from in less than 4 months, it has gone from like 2000 parameters to like more than 1 trillion parameters to use, right? And again, look at the explosion, the NVIDIA, the GPUs that you are using today, so much is being consumed today that whatever was used for decades in 2010, now it's getting consumed in 5 to 6 weeks. In 2023, we saw this explosion. Now it's even more than that, right? And even look at the digital India is leading this digital payment surge, the number of digital processing that's happening. It's just amazing to see the numbers here. So it's over 20 billion transactions that we have hit in the last 2 months back. So, and it's just growing. And I think there are some concessions that have been cleared up, like even the income tax rule that has come, right? Like 12 lakhs and all of that stuff, that's going to even further increase the number of transactions here, right? And the speed at which the model trainings are happening, the trainings have reduced from, it used to take months, decades, in fact, years, and then months, and now it's 26 minutes for one of your best models to get trained, right? And again, cost is a huge factor. So it used to be a lot of cost, and when you are going to operate at a high scale, but that again is getting 10x cheaper. In the last 3 years, that kind of an explosion is as well happening. So it's a combination of cost and scale and everything coming together. So AI is taking up in a big way. When we talk about AI models, right, where we started this journey was just about, plain simple automation, right, which was more of, real-time reaction to a problem, right? You see, there is no intelligence there. It's a rule-based completely. Your temperature goes up, then your system reacts. Or if your room, heater goes up, it's all already a pre-programmed logic to which your system reacts, right? So there is no intelligence built there. But this is the father of the AI world. So it's where it all started. Then it evolved into AI assistants. This is how I call it, like the chat GPTs, the Alexas, the Siris of the world, where it's going to respond to your question intelligently, right? And makes you believe that that's the right answer, right? So, and it answers, it has a limited memory, some predefined rules, but very basic assistive mechanism to allow you to, get a response for their questions. Where exactly AI took a big transformation is the Copilot. Industries, evolved this in a big way. Um, we deployed a lot of, in industries where we started to deploy a lot of Copilot kind of applications. Microsoft, led this, and then, a lot of companies actually started developing Copilot applications. For example, I am from the service cloud industry, where, for customer service, when I am doing a service to you, I should have a co-pilot with me. This is agent in the loop, of course, with a co-pilot with me, which is going to, suppose I am going to talk to you about insurance. You are asking me a question about insurance. I should have the data about the insurance that is guiding me real time to help me serve you better, right? So that's where the co-pilot emerged as a big technology, rapid change, so that the the overall satisfaction numbers significantly grew when we had the co-pilot applications developed, right? But again, the problem is that even in your own world, GitHub Copilot was developed. Or GitHub Copilot, I mean, you have the problem statement, you have everything. So GitHub Copilot is going to tell you, okay, this is I mean, you start with the code and then it knows what you are doing and then it's going to help you with the code. But ultimately, you are still the owner of everything. So it's the human which is still the director of that, right? But what is finally now transforming is the AI agents, right? Completely independent. So the AI copilot is able to perceive, learn, right? Where this is taking effect is act. So act is super critical here. So it is going to autonomously take the decision on behalf of you, and it is going to act also on behalf of you, which is gaining a lot of momentum now. Whether we are ready for it for such a transformation, or especially on the critical applications, so that remains to be seen, right? So it works on a certain goal, and it helps you achieve that goal by completely automating that process, helping act on your behalf, right? Last week I was at San Francisco, and I wanted to just play you this um, video here. So what you see here is Waymo. This is an autonomous car. We have been talking about mission critical applications and deployment of AI in this, right? So this is exactly one of the examples, right? So in San Francisco, you have this Waymo car system where this doesn't have a driver, and I mean, you should really have the guts to be sitting there. I I somehow mustered that and sat there in the car, and it's driving you like a real car. I mean, it's of course a real car. It's driving you like having a real driver in the car. So it looks for the signals. It just takes turns, and of course the Google Map is going to guide you the route and all of that stuff. I was going to the office from the hotel, and what you see here is you can see the the turns that are getting taken, and when there is a signal it stops there, and it just drives on the you can see all over the place in San Francisco. There are a few places in US they have deployed this, but I'm not sure how successful this will be in India, right? So even 2 days back, what I read about this is San Francisco had a blackout day, and completely these cars completely stopped on the road. So trusting this to the extent of mission critical thing is still yet to be seen, but there are evidences of things that are getting more autonomous and helping you to achieve that. Is the steps are being taken for that. So even GitHub, right? GitHub initially developed something Copilot that is going to help you develop it. Now they have this GitHub agent mode as well, right? So you are going to give it the requirements. You are going to give what kind of application or a use case that you are going to look at, and it's going to develop the code and everything for you, right? And it is going to get the entire chain for you. And whether it's ready for deployment, whether it's ready for industry usage, etc., all of that stuff is still yet to be proven, but you have the complete chain with you now with the GitHub agent mode availability, right? You just have to make sure you are very good in giving the prompt in exactly building what kind of a use case you want, and you are very clear about it, what you want it to build. So it develops you right from the requirements to the design, architecture, and then code, and then the test framework that it develops, and make sure your documentation is well established as well for that. So we talked about agents that are autonomous, and there are multiple ways that we see in the industry what kind of agents are getting deployed and in various use cases, right? For example, you have the single agent architecture where you have a single agent that focuses on one particular area, one particular domain, and specialized in that, and that can answer you anything in that, right? And there are agentic AI, which is like a collaboration of multiple agents together to solve the business problem. For example, enterprise companies, usually you go, there are multiple business areas related to that. For example, you have marketing, you have sales, you have development, you have engineering based applications and stuff. But the thing is, how do we tie up all of that, right? So we need agents to collaborate. A single agent becoming a master of everything, that's slightly aspirational. You don't see them very successful. So what you do is generally you deploy a bunch of agents, each specialized in their domains, but that has the capability to work together very closely, right? The common serving piece is the data that will bring together, but they will all be having their own specific domain expertise that will work, right? So you have different formats for that. You have this is a master agent, and you have two agents that is serving the master, or you have a horizontal architecture where all the agents have the equal autonomy and capability to work together, and you have a hybrid mechanisms for that. So multiple use cases are powered by based on what kind of use case you want to solve. So you go with a hybrid approach, or you go with a vertical architecture or a horizontal architecture. So this is the biggest conundrum, whether I want to build a AI agent or I want to go to a agentic AI, right? So I'll just give you a slight example of how do we approach a problem space, right? For example, I want to just book a flight ticket. What kind of things that I would need to do, right? So I would go for an AI agent that has a, that has an interface with all the important sites like Make My Trip or Ixigo or Skyscanner, and I have built, APIs with that, and I'm able to consolidate all of that stuff and able to book a ticket for you. My goal is very simple: book a flight ticket for you. That's it, right? So this way I can have a single agent that can do the job for me, and I don't have to go for any complicated agent interface. Like I don't have to build a specific AI agent for that interface, for this interface, for this interface, and all of that stuff. I can have a single agent that can do this job, right? Whereas when I think about another use case, for example, if you have to plan a vacation, So when I plan a vacation, right, flight booking is just becoming a part of that use case, right? In that case, I need to think of, if I have a single agent that plans everything for me, I can mess it up because there is so much to learn about the data for the agent and all of that. So I would rather have something built that has a that manages my calendar and knows exactly when the vacation can be planned, and that has a control on my internal tools and about my personal preferences and experiences and all of that stuff, knows about a lot of things about me. So there is an AI agent for that, and then of course you have a agent that does the flight booking and all of that. And I have a agent that interacts with a hotel booking system that manages to connect with multiple hotels and find out what is available based on different interfaces that you have. And then you have an event planner, which vacation, which place you want to go, and what are the options that are available. For example, you can integrate with chat gpt, or event planning sites that can help you plan what, when let's say you are planning to go in Vegas, what are the events that are available at the time or the date when you are available, and the flight tickets are getting booked, and what are the events available during that time. So this is going to autonomously suggest you what what are the dates that are available, and once you confirm this agentic AI will book the complete planning for you for the vacation, right? And this is where most of the applications today are getting used. When you have multiple business use cases that are coming together to solve a customer problem, agentic AI is getting used there. So when you talk about agentic AI, right, what are the key components that we generally focus on while building this? Architects, we generally so I'll talk about each of them. So model, of course, what model to use. I'll talk about a few models, like whether it's a LLM that we need to use or it's a LRM. We need to decide on that, right? And then we talk about the tools. How do we integrate multiple tools? Having the knowledge inbuilt within an agent is going to be really, it's overwhelming sometimes. There's a lot of learning that needs to do, and sometimes it may go outdated as well. Otherwise, you need to continuously keep out, building it. So how do we integrate with the right tools so that you have the real-time information for you to make a decision at that time, right? Knowledge and memory, again, having to grow with a lot of inbuilt memory is again going to be price-wise, it's going to be like a lot costly for you. So what you generally look at is what are the semantic memory that you want to build, what are the episodic memory that you want to keep, right? Episodic memory are more like what you have learned from your past experiences that you can use your memory to have, you can build memory for it. But for your semantic memories, which is more about the general knowledge and all of that stuff, that you can have interfaces built like this, right? So you need to decide what memory you want to build and how do you want to build. So that is going to be, because you have to make it, when you are building an application, you have to make sure you are building it in a cost effective way. Otherwise that will be out of picture, because there will be a competitor who will be already building it at 1/10 of the cost and already ready out in the market. So you have to keep the scale in the mind, the cost in the mind, and the criticality of your deployments in the mind when you build it. This is the, I'm actually particularly audio and speech. Today, at one point, about 5, 10, maybe 7 years back, we all said, even I'm from the customer service industry, and I was told that, hey, it's all digital today. So is it going to be relevant? Is voice going to be relevant? Probably not, right? So even our focus was to build more digital chat and all of that stuff. But what we see more and more is voice is getting more prominence now. There are a lot of nuances with voice. I have a slide to cover about it, but building voice capability for your chatbots and stuff is getting a lot of prominence and more scope in the industry to build today. Guardrails, of course, when we talk about guardrails, we talk about governance, regulations, so many stuff, right? What we generally advise architects, even any builders, is have the governance at the center of your architecture. It has to be part of your architecture, right? when you build an application demo aspect, it's fine to demonstrate that the use case is working, right? But when you are wanting to deploy something at scale, when you're wanting to deploy with security, all of that stuff, when you want to be use it for real time, make sure you are building with governance in the center of it. It should be the fulcrum of your application. Orchestration. Yesterday we had a lot of interesting sessions, with fireside chat with the doctors. The key was, how do we make AI scale to healthcare systems, right? The biggest barrier, I would say, is the orchestration, right? The workflow is kind of disintegrated today. Every use case that we build is kind of disintegrated from others. So how do we unify the orchestration? Because the moment you tell doctor, okay, hey, doctor has to make a decision like this in 30 seconds, right? So you give him, you have to go through 5 different apps to make a decision. That's not going to work out. I mean, they can as well make it from the paper, plain paper, right? So how you are going to orchestrate between different applications and provide a unified view for everyone to make a decision in 30 seconds? That is going to be the key. So the usability aspect that you focus on, how do you build a uh, uh, based on the customer persona that you are dealing with. If you are building an application for them, let's say a doctor, you have to keep in mind the usability aspect. What would they prefer? How would they prefer, right? And how easy it is to navigate between different different tabs or different widgets in the application, right? And it has to be super easy for them to navigate, and that is driven through this orchestration. So we have seen AI agents, agentic AIs, autonomous AI. So how this is actually transforming? We start with task specific things like your Google Maps, or it has a specific task which is going to be good at. Like we saw the hotel booking system. So that's where this AI agents and agentic AI is work with multiple agents and then still able to deliver a vision for a customer, right? But still there could be an element of human here making a decision here. So agentic AI is more collaboration of different AIs, different agents together. And what is much more autonomy is the autonomous AI, which is going to completely, again, you don't need any human in the mix there. For example, the Waymo car that I showed you is kind of an autonomous AI. It doesn't need a human there to do the real operations there, right? So where you see here it's transforming is the increasing level of autonomy that you are building here. How are you building the trust? For building the autonomy, you need to trust that system, right? How are you building trust is the key. The same Waymo car would have failed completely if we are not going to trust that system. And for that, a lot of demonstration had happened and make sure this is safe for passengers to travel, take without any problem, right? And such a and fail safe is a very very important aspect. I'll give you my own experience of what happened there, right? um, so exactly in that journey, when what I showed you, I left my mobile. You could have seen my mobile in the front dash, right? So I kept my mobile there, and I left the car when the car left. If it was a human, I would have just called them and asked for it. It was not human. So what would I do? So I just called the Waymo customer service, and they just asked me the details. And immediately what happened was that that car was taken out of deployment. It did not get allocated of a new passenger in the car. It was taken out of deployment, and it was taken to a yard. And from the yard, what they did is they took the mobile, put it in a locker, and they sent me the locker passcode to me in my WhatsApp. So I had to just know, nobody, no other human in the loop now. So I had to I got the location where my mobile is, and what the passcode of the secret locker number and everything. So I had to just go there directly, open the door, open the locker, and get my mobile back. So that's a level of, so which means that if there is a failure, how is your Waymo going to react to it? How you build a fail-safe system is very very critical in this case when you are getting more and more autonomous. So just again, a reiteration of like what are the types of agents that we are seeing deployed in the industry or in a common consumer related applications. We are seeing the simple reflex agents, which is just going to be reflective of your inputs or the behavior to the environment, right? The thermostat or the light control or a temperature control is a clear example of it. If it crosses a certain threshold, it's going to bring it back. So that's all, absolutely zero intelligence. And then model reflex agents is a slightly modified version of the simple reflex agents, where you have some level of memory to remember things for simple reflex agents. For example, a vacuum cleaner, right? Today you have this automated vacuum cleaner. So it knows the space where it needs to operate. So it learns that space, but that's the space that it knows, that's all, right? When there is an obstacle, it knows how to react to it. That's a very limited space in which it operates. So it has a small memory inbuilt into that system. So model reflex system has its own memory, has its own set of experiences that it learns, and based on it, which it reacts. So this is very common in small applications that we are building in the consumer space. The third is the goal-based agents, which is like, again, we talked about, we talked about Google Map, the hotel booking system or the flight booking system, all of that stuff. So they have a specific goal for the consumer. So you need to do this. So I know how to operate and get this done. So that's what it does. It does not optimize anything. It just knows, for example, Google Map. It exactly knows, you're here, you need to get to a destination. It just makes sure you have a route established to that, and it will get you there. So that's exactly a goal-based agent does for you, right? Where it transforms really is the utility-based agents, where utility-based agents is actually really optimizes things for you. So this is nothing but it's a goal-based agents on top of which you have a smart optimization done to that. For example, if it knows my personal preferences, right? I know that I would prefer cheaper flight costs and all of that. So it will attach a utility score for each of the options that it can provide me, and allows me to make decisions. So that is going to be the key factor. So based on some level of episodic memory that it has about me, utility-based agents can drive some behaviors and some outcomes that will help me to make decisions for that. And then finally, you have the learning agents, where every time it learns about me, and then it just starts updating and feedback, and it makes better, gets better and better every time it learns about me. Netflix is a clear example, right? So every time it throws you newer suggestions for you, and which is personalized. Your preference is something, my preference is something. How does it? So it learns about you every time you watch something. It learns, and this gets better and better every time due because of the learning, right? It offers you a new experience, and this is all from the episodic memory that we talked about. Well, we talk about business transformations with AI. So 6 years back, this was not a theme, right? We have to do business at scale, business for enterprise and all of that stuff. Usability was a good theme, right? We need to make sure we build a usable application with accessibility and all of that stuff. But what is transforming today in all industries, in all companies, is how are you going to bring in more smartness into this applications, right? So that has been the key driving factor for all the businesses, right? So where we are seeing bigger, the most important aspects to this is data, of course, right? We talked a lot about data. So grounding of the data is super critical. How are you going to manage that data? Because we talk about a lot of data bias, data classification. The bias is, let's say you are developing an application for India, right? So how much of bias we already have here, like in terms of the age, in terms of the socio-economic strata, things get different, the outcomes get different based on the data bias that we already have, right? So much can vary. The insurance can vary. Even in the healthcare, we talked about it yesterday. The treatment, medical treatment can vary. So much of things are dependent on the the population sample that we have today in India, and likewise in every other country, right? So grounding of data, classifying the data is super critical, and that is becoming a that is actually becoming a new job itself. It's going to data labeling. It's called data labeling. That's that role is actually transforming. So it offers a new paradigm for how are you ready for classifying your data so that your ML and AI models become more efficient. So that is becoming a new job. Like today we have prompt engineering, right? So likewise, data labeling is becoming like a big role that you will see take up more and more, because that defines the criticality. Because any company you go, the problem is that you have so much of data, right? Because you have marketing data, you have sales data, you have data from the local development teams, and you have uh, uh, logistics. So all the data need to be some level of unification has to happen, right? How do we provide that? Is the critical area to solve. And once you solve that, your AI and ML and applications built on top of that stuff is going to transform, right? Yeah. So there is a shift in the way we think about the data in general, and even I'll talk about the transformation that we went in the company. So AI being the central of everything, right? That model is changing today. So AI being integrated into every aspect of your business is the game for today, right? AI being the central of everything, the scalability is getting impacted for sure. So we will see that. But again, how it transforms even your OSA architecture. I'm sure you all are aware of your 7-layer architecture, right? It is completely transforming how you are thinking about even a 7-layer architecture, right? You have the GPUs of the world, the physical layer, the link layer, all that is intact. But there also it has evolved to GPUs now, right? And then you have the layer 3 network layer is transformed into a neural network layer, right? And then this is the cusp is the tokens what you use in your AML world, right? And then you build the context. Your layer 5 presentation layer becomes your agent layer, where you actually your ML models and all of that stuff gets into action, right? Orchestration is the flow that you create with all these agents, right? And then you build a complete application using all these layers. So it's transforming the complete OSA model that we know all about, right? So this is just a reflection of, I told you about data being central, how it is transforming. This is about how we were thinking about customer 360 some three years back, just about 3 years back. So we had the data at the center. Our data is called Einstein AI, which is actually the data. AI is the center, and surround which we have like sales, service, marketing, commerce, applications, analytics, integration. So everything is revolving around this data, right? So this is how this was perceived. So we have a separate data cloud which manages the data completely, and all the applications are built around that. So we have a unified platform, which is fantastic, but all the applications are dependent on this unified platform, right? Uh, is this a scalable model? Perhaps not, because what what also led to this is we thought AI is the job of this team, not this team or this team, right? It is this AI has to be in the DNA. It has, like I said, it has become the internet of today, right? Everything that you do, every application that you build, every small application you build, you need to think about what I can do with AI. How can I smartly implement it, right? So service has to start thinking about AI. Sales has to start thinking about AI. Marketing has to start thinking about AI. So it has to be diversified. It has to be democratized, right? And that is the transformation that we have today. What we have is we still have data at the 360. Data is still our unification platform. But what we have done is we have transformed our complete company into, our AI flagship product is called Agent Force, right? And we have we have we have actually made sure every aspect of the business is thinking about AI, making sure everything is named as Agent Force Sales, Agent Force Service, Agent Force Commerce, Agent Force Marketing, etc. So everything is transforming, which means that every aspect of the business has to think about AI. They need to be autonomously implementing the AI models, right? And where this unification is still important is you have a platform where the complete customer journey is being aware, because AI service can have multiple customers, AI marketing can have multiple customers, but where do I get a complete view of the Salesforce customers and their behavior is through this unified platform for data. So it is completely transforming, having democratizing and the AI building in all the areas of applications while still keeping the unified platform of data intact. There are some good business transformations happening in India as well. We are working with Swiggy. In fact, Swiggy is actually, they are completely transforming their food chain business by integrating with Chat GPT and Claude and all of that stuff, and basically delivering your food choice based on your mood and your sentiments and your liking, personal liking and all of that stuff. So they are coming a big way with a lot of changes in that. Even Zomato, for that matter. So they are actually launching a MCP server that is going to get integrated with multiple, vendors and getting data into that. And yeah, Air India is definitely transforming the way you can, the book tickets and the way it is giving you a very good personalized experience. We are working with Air India to transform their business with the AI actually. So how you can, from their website, how you can enable a call to talk to customer, right? So a web voice interface through a WebRTC, how do you establish a call to the customer and making it, the other important aspect is multimodal, right? That's again, that's going to be like a future for this particular space, right? You have data from different sources. I can talk to a customer, I can chat with the customer, there are various mechanisms through which interface, like there are SMSs to the customer, there is a WhatsApp mechanism. So there are multiple interfaces that are there. But for me to know about a particular customer and their personal experience, I need to have a unified view of all this. So the multimodal experience brings everything together. Like I should, I'm first, I'm chatting with you, okay, and then you feel that, okay, hey, I'm not, let's get on to a call, right? When I get onto a call, it should not be a separate session where I lose all the data in the chat that I have with you. So it should be on a single platform where I preserved my session with the chat, and I also have a voice session with you, all in a single context, right? So I have the contextual journey completely established with the customer. So multimodal, if you've not heard the term, I would request you to Google that and check it out. Multimodal it will transform the world. And then Sarvam.ai, I think, the Dr. Srinivasan was talking about, deployments at scale, right? And yes, it's a good problem, fantastic problem actually. And it's great that, India also is thinking about it. We have a, Sarvam.ai, which is a company that is run by a couple of ex-IITians. I think Vivek Raghavan and Pratyush Kumar. So they are building the bedrock of sovereign AI for India. So they have like 700 billion parameters multimodal model, through which they are taking all the sovereignty and making sure they are providing it, like all your Aadhaar, PAN, everything is going to be in a unified platform for 160 billion Indian people there. So that company has been awarded that contract from the government of India, and they are coming up in a big way. It's a startup based out of Bangalore. It's coming up in a big way there. Of course, Indian Railways as well. Okay, one of the biggest challenges that we in the industry are facing today, we talked a lot about AI, where it can transform the world and all of that stuff, but one thing we are still struggling to get over the problem is hallucinations, right? It is something that it's becoming an unavoidable problem. We have to find good ways to mitigate that, which we are continuously evolving and working things. But can we absolutely make sure there is zero hallucination? We need to see, right? But there are so many aspects of hallucinations. What it can result into. It can result into some factual errors, like it can have mathematical inaccuracies or historical misrepresentations and all of that stuff. All models are not trained the same way, right? And then you have some fabricated content. It can give you confidently an answer that will make you believe that it's the right answer, right? So there are some obscure topics for which it will still respond to you, right? You can see ChatGPT is a fantastic example of that, right? And then there are fabricated contents as well, and there are some um, nonsensical output sometimes you get from there, like when your prompts are not clear, it can throw away some junk, totally irrelevant content for you, right? And there is no coherence in between what you are chatting before and what you are chatting now, completely irrelevant context. So there are these kind of hallucinations that are possible. But even, let's say, look at a comparison between, let's say, chat gpt and OpenAI. If you look at it, right, a model that was done a study, the actual accuracy rate is just almost same. Like you see that it's 22%, 23%, something like that, right? But where exactly this differs is the abstention rate. Abstention rate is your model is good enough to accept that, hey, I don't know, right? So that is 52%. Your OpenAI, no, it doesn't accept it. It's like probably what? It's some lower digits. I'm not able to see clearly there. Yeah, it's 1%. So your OpenAI model is not good enough to accept that, hey, I don't know, right? So it's been trained that way. And look at the error rate. Error rate is error rate because your ChatGPT 5 is able to say that I don't know. Its error rate is lesser, 26%, whereas OpenAI has 75% error rate, right? So it is basically, how do you incentivize your algorithms to make sure you have the right set of outputs for you, right? Um, this is the one. What are the causes for it? Uh, of course, we train with a set of data and all of that stuff, but the data sometimes it becomes inefficient. You give a biased set of data, it's going to know only that. Its world is only that, right? So you have to continuously keep training that and all of that. So insufficient data becomes a big problem for hallucinations, and it's a faulty architecture. What kind of weightage you provide for the responses, right? So your architecture has to be pristine in identifying like what do you want to value in your outcome, right? So it has to be tied to that. The architecture has to be tied to that. Overfitting. Overfitting is something you keep iterating to the model again and again and again and again and again, and it starts over-indexing that. It starts over-indexing the data, and wherever there is a relevance to that, it just says that, okay, this is the way it has to be. So it just overfits this whatever it has learned to everywhere, to even if irrelevant use cases, it just tries to overfits that whatever it has learned, right? And then there are other issues with generation methods, where the problem is with the generation of the the algorithms, and how do we factor in fluency, how do we give value for fluency, like when you tokenize the system, right? So i i i I valued fluency for the English thing than the accuracy of it. So because your LLMs are more trained for linguistic accuracies than for general accuracy of the content. So where do we really fail is here. You have to train the model to be a little more humble, right? You need to allow it to accept it, that I don't know the answer, right? And that humble, because today everything works on incentivization, right? So today we are not. If I the Dr. Srinivasan talked about apple and orange, right? And one of you said that it's going to be apple, or I mean, one of them said one of these two will be picked. And yes, your models have been trained that way, right? It has to have the humbleness to accept that I don't know, which means it becomes a learning platform for it to learn about that more, right? So like exactly how your multiple choice answers are designed today, right? You have a correct answer of +4 points and you have a negative answer, you get a -1, right? So models are not designed that way today. The models are it's rewarded for a confident guess, whether it's right or wrong. It's rewarded for a confident guess today, right? So the way you think about how do you incentivize the algorithms will help you prevent the hallucination. And so these are some of the mechanisms that we take in the industry while we are developing algorithms to make sure we try to mitigate the hallucination. For example, don't penalize I don't know when evidence is thin. When there are things like very abstract data and you don't have a lot of evidence to it, allow it to fail, right? So you until you gather more data about it, until it becomes more confident, allow it to fail, allow it to say that I don't know. So don't penalize from your algorithm for that, right? So and then curating the data sets is very critical. So how do you make sure you label the data very accurately, and having that data use to train your models is super critical for hallucination. The third is evolving ourselves from LLM to LRM. I have another topic coming up, but language reasoning models, right? So it's not about just outcome. Outcome is a black box, right? Your AI has given you an outcome, which is a black box. But what is the reason for that? What made you pick that outcome? That's the language reasoning model, right? So it gives you a context. It gives you like why I gave you this response, right? So with that, it becomes much more convincing. Then you can unlearn the data in case if it has wrongly assumed something, and it can further get trained, right? So and then retrieval augmented generation, RAG, which is again a big concept that's getting evolving, right? So RAG is again making sure you are staying more relevant, right? So you cannot hold everything in your training data in your memory and all of that stuff. You should build interfaces to the outside world and make sure you have a relevant real-time access to the data outside you, outside what you are building. So that will help you staying more current, your system to stay more current and more relevant to what you want to do, right? And then we have this chain of thought prompting. This is again another architecture, for developers, this will be very helpful. So we don't, there are like a zero shot prompting, a few shot prompting, one shot prompting, etc. So zero shot prompting is, I train this, okay, this is my use case, this is my response. That's it, you train your stuff, right? One shot prompting is you give an example of what is that, and based on that it starts training. There are few shots training that you give multiple examples of it. So this is the problem, this is the example one, this is the example two, this is the example three, and the model starts building with those examples and getting to know a lot more about that particular use case, right? And that's how it gets more accurate with respect to that particular use case. So this is a big architecture shift that's happening as well. Chain of thought prompting allows you to decompose a problem and learn more about each step precisely, right? But ultimately we need to move away. I mean, it should be designed for transparency, right? So hallucination, there is no fun in just saying some random values, random things. Some people who knows the stuff very well probably will the model will fail. So you have to definitely build it for transparency. That is when you can build trust, right? When you build it for transparency, remove from your old mindset that you will have zero hallucination. It is impossible to have zero hallucination, right? What you can build is, I can build it with measurable reliability, right? You can go ahead and publish a model and say, hey, I'm 90% reliable, I'm 95% reliable, right? So that is critical, right? And what is that 5% of data where it is not reliable? Which kind of use cases? When the model is exposed to that, when the use cases are clear to the users, so they know what kind of questions to fine tune your prompts to ask the right kind of questions. So this is the new mindset that we need to transform ourselves. Yeah, I talked about LRMs, right? So just brief about the LRMs. This is again a paradigm shift from what we are all used to, right? LLMs, large learning models, but we are moving to large reasoning models now, right? So LLMs is more about your understanding. LRMs are more about reasoning. So how do you tag the reason for your selection, your model's outcome selection to what is the so it basically uses the logical inference, how a human can think, right? It attaches a logical inference, structured thought, and everything to an outcome and say, okay, hey, I arrived at that response because of these reasons, because of these logical reasons. So you'll be able to reliably trust the system that is giving you the response. So how do you build a trust with the response? By using LRMs. So a lot of industries are now moving towards building LRMs than LLMs, right? LLMs are good for a simple plain use cases, but for building complex applications and really trustworthy applications, LRMs are a good step forward, right? And there is even another step that is actually getting more prominent. It's still in the act, but it's called LAMs, right? Law, act and model. So acting model. So which means that it basically it's called PRAL. So it basically perceives the environment and then it reasons out and then acts, which is critical. So based on the reasons, it also acts on your behalf to do certain stuff. Agentic AI basically, but it has a reason to act that way, right? And then L is the learning, of course, the feedback that you get it from the outcome. So PRAL is a model that's evolving more and more from the LAMs. So language reasoning, if you are building a critical application tomorrow in your industry, for your industry, then you try to use large reasoning models for it. Some of the advancements that we are trying to use here is the retrieval augmented generation. We talked about it. The idea is that um, you don't try to build everything yourself. Try to integrate for the for the latest of the information. Try to integrate with the systems that knows it, so it retrieves the context and gives it to you, right? So that is super critical here. Your LLMs are capable of something, but it is going to interact with the framework. It is going to talk to a vector database and then get the content from outside, and then it builds the context of that, and then it passes back to the LLM. So your LLM will clearly know. For example, if you have built a system to know about your cricket stuff, right? So we know that Virat Kohli recently moved to the second position in the. So if I had built a system 1 month back, if I had asked it, system would not know, right? So I have to build a interface to the latest of the ESPN Cricinfo or something, some application that it needs to interact with, and then get the data from there and then fed it to. So the two important aspects, one is with the regular LLMs and the regular frameworks, the source is not very clear. The data source is not very clear to you. And number two is, the outdated data is a very, very big problem. And you cannot continuously keep everyday training about it, right? So the real-time information is like, can change in every seconds or every minutes, right? Uh, Take a simple example like, how is my flight on time, right? Can your ChatGPT give a response to that if it was trained some 1 month back data, right? So you need to build with the right kind of interface to that. That is provided by this retrieval augmented generation. So our RAG is super critical now to build applications. The other one I talked about, being a new job, is data labeling, right? So Sir talked about, Srinivasan sir talked about how data is super critical in mission critical applications, especially, right? So vast data set that you need to rely on to build it. And you saw like how, human was paid 500 rupees to run, and then, data was collected, camel was used, horse was used. So it is about, how do you really understand what kind of data sets you need? How do you really label them? This is a critical role by itself in every industry. So like how you have software engineers, prompt engineers, you have data labeling engineers who understand what are all the connected set of data and how do we label them, tag them separately, and how do we use them, right? So like you said, animals, right? So you can tag objects, people, place, animals, actions, emotions, everything. So it needs to be combined and labeled properly, so it can be used in the right context. um, and what makes it even more interesting is not just the data. The data is not just about text. It can be an audio, it can be an image, it can be a video, it can be anything, right? So how do you make sure you combine all the set of relevant data and tag it? That is super critical now, and that's presents you a new job opportunity in the industry today, right? So this is getting more prominent. Like 5 years back, we never imagined we'll have a prompt engineering role. Today we have a new job opportunity. AI is going to throw more such roles which are going to get super, very surprisingly, I never thought data labeling will have such a large scope. I thought data scientists would be able to, take care of this, but this is a completely new job actually. yeah, I don't want to over index on this, but explainable AI is, how do you make sure you explain your outcome, right? So you have an explainable model that gives you the reason of why you got the response, and then you have an interface. This model, XAI model, has an interface that gives to the user on the reason of why the outcome was selected. So basically, the user is able to trust the system more because he gets an explanation of why that outcome was selected. So that's again another aspect of how do you build trust with the models, right? And this one I talked about the AI voice, which is again a big thing to solve in the industry. This is the space I am working on as well, right? Today you should not feel like you should talk to a robot. I'm from the service industry. Like imagine like when I'm talking like I built an application for a suicidal response, and I talk to say and I have a conversation with a bot, and then bot is not going to respond to me empathetically, right? They say, okay, you tell me, okay, you are going to commit suicide, okay. So it's there won't be any emotions to that, right? So you need to have a lot of stuff like how do you build emotions to that? We give importance to linguistic accuracy, but what is more important is building empathy. The kind of and voice is like, since it's globally deployed, a Japanese customer should be able to talk to me. So on the fly, I should be able to move from English to Japanese and then start conversing with that customer, right? So how do I change the, uh, and there are certain nuances of that voice as well. I need to understand that and I need to respond to that, right? So across the world, there are so many languages. So how do you want to cover all of that paradigm? It's going to be like a very big space. Empathetic voice, branded calling. Branded calling is again another big area where we are trying to incentivize with like when you call you like Amitabh Bachchan responds to you, right? Say so you feel like so good about things that you prefer, right? So you have certain set of voices that you train to respond, so your bots will start responding in that branded voices, right? Like Shah Rukh Khan or Rajnikant. So those kind of branded voices we are starting to build now. A lot of frameworks that we have to build branded voice. So that's again another big area. It's a big market for itself. It has a big market for itself. For example, one of the insurance I remember, I think it's I don't remember the exact name. But one of the insurance, if you call, I mean, the person calls, the insurance automatically auto dials to you your number on your birthday and then wishes, and the person that wishing is Sachin Tendulkar, right? I think it's um, I don't remember the exact insurance name. So yeah, so that's how branded calling is getting a big momentum now. So and this particular market, the voice market, overall it's the contact center market, it's part of the contact center market, right? It's like 135 billion market space. It's a huge space, and like I said, voice is not dying. Voice is getting more and more relevant and more prominent now, right? So it's not just digital evolution, it's also the voice that is actually combining with the digital. Model context protocol, this is again another big important thing. So like for example, every organization now is made to think through a little differently, because let's say I am a flight booking agent, right? So I need to integrate with a make my trip or Skyscanner or any Ixigo or any other. So I need to have a MCP, which is a model context protocol. It's an open source standard for, it's like your USB interface, right? So everybody should be able to develop that, and we should be able to integrate with all of these models. And so I have the data from everyone. And tomorrow the world is changing that way. When you're building an application, build an MCP along with that, so that any person who is actually wanting to consume yours should use that MCP interface, easy to bring it into your system, right? If you don't have an MCP, I'm not coming to you, because I don't have easy way to have APIs to talk to you, right? So you need, when you're building an application that you think can be used by multiple consumers, build an MCP there, right? Model context protocol that standardizes the APIs, so anybody would be able to just use the APIs and integrate with you and get the data, right? Take for example, make my trip, right? Make my trip, if everybody wants to use make my trip, I'll build an MCP server there, and then I'll expose my APIs, anybody can use it. Like I build a standard USB interface kind of a thing for that, right? We talked about chain of thought prompting. I'll skip it now. Yeah, this is about how prompt engineering itself has evolved into context engineering, building more context around the environment, the context around the situation and the problem space that you are solving. For example, ChatGPT, if you are continuously chatting, it doesn't give you, it doesn't store the context of your discussion. It's going to be real time. Okay, you ask a question, it's going to respond to you, right? And that has evolved today. Prompt engineering today, it has become context engineering. And context engineering is very important when you build applications, right? You need to have personal experiences of yours being recorded. For example, if I have to serve you as a customer service bot and as a ticket, I need to know about your personal choices of preferences and all of that stuff, right? And what was your past interactions, your your interactions with the, why your sentiment is so low, right? Some service would have failed last time, that has actually put you with a low satisfaction score, right? How am I going to build momentum of all of that stuff is through context engineering. I develop a context around every persona that I have, I maintain, and I should be able to respond with a curated way to all these customers. So when you are developing, in the innovation space, prompt engineering is great. But when you are developing real applications, real world applications where you want to get it deployed and used, context engineering is the way to go. Yeah. These are the emerging technologies and innovations that you would generally see, like metaverse, like in the AR VR space. There is a lot of innovations that are happening in that space. It's still not fully mature, I would say, but there are a lot of companies that are actually, your Meta is actually doing a big work there, right? Humanoid robots, it's an evolution from the regular robots that we all know, right? So humanoid robots is more about how it has more 360-degree freedom, just like a human, right? So here, robots used to have some level of limitations, but humanoid robots is much more trained to behave like a human with a 360-degree, even including the arms, right? It has a 360-degree rotational capabilities. There are, like Boston, there are specific robotic companies that are building robotic humanoid robots than the common robots, actually. So this is again another important area. How do you build applications, right? So it's not about developing applications. When you know that your applications, when you develop a framework that is going to be used for multiple applications, build it as a platform. Build it with APIs. Build it with easily interfaceable, APIs, and make it as a platform, right? Like I said, MCP. Any make my trip is is an application by itself, but it also has a platform that can be easily integrated. So platform as a service is a very, very important aspect. So build it so that it can be easily extended to other applications, and that will make your applications more scale and consumed as well in large scale deployments. So building applications first as a platform first approach, and with all APIs, open APIs and exposed, is very is a good way to approach the problem and make it much more robust deployments. Quantum computing is another big area which I am not fully aware about, but it's about not just using ones and zeros. It's all about it adds another layer to that. It superposes zeros and ones, and there is another additional bits that can be used. So think about your binary system, how it was responding today, has a superposed zeros and ones, and how it's going to scale your how the computational methods are today. Yeah, these two are more futuristic. How you are thinking about AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, where AI is made to think exactly like human, which is going to be like future for the world. Open OpenAI is actually trying that super intelligence, which is beyond what normal human beings can do, which is more like how can they innovate new things? How can they lot of stuff that are that has a high IQ factor, right? So how human with high IQ factor think about it and all of that stuff. So super intelligence is getting into that space, right? So many innovations can come from there. But it's again, it's all ideas today. Is a real threat for you? The fear is real, but it is misplaced. I'll tell you why. I mean, the AI being a fear for our job is generally seen in a lot of places. I mean, even in the companies, we get to hear this kind of a big fear factor, right? So the I define this as like a 3 layers of maturity. First is, AI will take my job, right? Is AI going to take my job? Probably not, right? So then you get to the second level of maturity where I will say, okay, someone good at AI will take my job, right? So I'm losing to a person who knows the job very well, right? But this is the maturity that all of us need to operate with, and especially when you are going to face the industry, you need to be confident about, hey, I can't do my job without AI. So this is going to be critical for you, right? And you know this was I thought this will be relevant for this. Indian Express, it came in the on 3rd of November. Microsoft announced a big layoff. Everyone, I mean, even Salesforce, we announced a lot of layoffs. Every company keeps doing that. Amazon did it. Every companies do that, right? But look at what he said. There is a lot of layoffs because of the skill, because of remember the first slide I shared, we are not ready for the AI transformation yet, right? So we need to reskill ourselves. But what Satya Nadella said is, we will grow headcount again with more AI leverage. So it is our industries will benefit a lot when, on the ground, when you get this AI exposure, the kind of the AI training that you get here on a platform from the colleges like this and come out, I think you'll be super successful. You don't have to worry about your job. So you don't have to worry about the 1 and the 2. You'll be the 3. Okay. So that's very important. How to stay relevant? Um, all of you, I'm sure you are using some good tools and all of that stuff, but I would recommend you guys, you use the tools like, Cursor, and if you're already doing that, fantastic. So learn to use Cursor, Windsurf. But today, even the industry evaluation is completely changing. We are not looking at how you are good at syntax and all of that stuff. A lot of tools are available. How you are smart in writing code is very important, right? So how you are good at even prompts, how you can prompt very well to make sure an application is developed for you is very important. But the key thing there is, you need to have still the control on the code. You should know what the tool has developed it for you. Otherwise, in a big domain applications, it can make mistake. You won't be able to find it out, right? Especially in healthcare and all of that stuff, you need to be very, very clear on the domain, and you should be able to relate to the code that is generated by the tool. It can generate the tool, and it is not going to give you the comfort zone factor there. So you should be having that intelligence to review the code and make sure you validate it. So business goal, think about customer ROI with AI platform and tools. Every company is being asked to think about how are you going to benefit your customers based on that, right? How are you going to increase your customers ROI? When I go and talk to any of these vendors, like for example, the recent conversation with Air India, they ask me like, how are you going to increase my productivity with the AI that you have, right? So that will be the conversation for the future always. So how do you develop a customer based thinking, not a development thinking? You have to evolve it to a customer thinking, right? How is the customer thinking going to come? You need to know about development. You need to know about the business you are in. So you learn about the business, what exact business you are going to be part of, and what kind of problems they have, and uh, and you need to be operationally best at it to make sure you have developed an application that fits your customer use case, right? So customer thinking comes from all the 3. Yeah, we talked about the prompt engineering and context engineering. This is evolving, but don't restrict yourself to prompts. Prompts are good for demos, but evolve yourself to context engineering, build more with context and stuff. Data, again, data labeling, I talked a lot because it's going to be a future job prospect as well. If you're good at data, try data labeling through different sources. And algorithms, right? That's a fundamental. I mean, that the industry is going to get a lot from you on your algorithms and all of that stuff. That has been the case before, but there are newer algorithms that are helping this AI world. For example, you have the semantic search, you have the beam search, you have the deep search. So get trained on the newer algorithms, how they work, right, and where they fail, because they are going to offer you a very interesting perspective. So algorithms are super critical. They are the fundamentals of everything. So get it. Yeah, this one. Yeah, we talked about MCPs, which is very important. So tomorrow, this is going to be a future for every companies that build. So ultimately what is important is how the application that you build is how reliable it is, right? Otherwise it's good for innovation, good for showcasing, everything is fantastic, but how are you making it reliable, how are you making it easily troubleshootable, how are you going to make making it more observable, right? So that is going to be the key today. Whatever whichever organization I go and talk to, they 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 ask for features, but they over index on quality and high availability, right? So you will start hearing more and more about when you hit the industry, this is the first principle that they will teach you. High availability is high availability. When I say high availability in a contact center world where I am part of, the availability is expected to be 99.999, which means that in an entire year my software can fail only a few minutes, right? And for that failure also I need to have a backup mechanism which is taking care of that failure point. Think about, even mission critical applications like what sir was talking about, or what or driving a plane, right? You cannot expect the missions to fail anytime. It has to have 100% availability. It's still a premium. Yeah, closing message. Is AI the future for you? I don't think so. AI is not the future for you, but you are the future for AI, right? So it's absolutely important that to know that you are defining the AI's journey. Okay, it's not AI is not defining your journey. Okay, so whether it becomes a threat to human or not is dependent on completely as how well we use the technology. So make sure you have the right kind of use cases, build it for the right way, and don't misuse the technology, right? This was a very interesting concept that I learned in one of the conferences. So I have an immigration mindset. This makes you feel a little more vulnerable. Like today US, when you go, you have this. When you go through the immigration, you feel a lot more vulnerable, right? So you over prepare yourself for that, to face that. So always have that kind of a mindset when you face things. So develop that immigration mindset, and be ready to face the market. Why I'm saying immigration mindset is a lot of things are continuously changing. 3 years back what you learned is not so relevant today, because so much of advancements are happening. Keep in pace with that. Yeah, so I would say take ownership of designing a better future with AI, and this is the most important thing that I truly value, with humanity at the center of it. So we are all we have to be at the center of it, and we take control of the technology. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request Dr. G.R. Karpagam ma'am to present the memento to the speaker. Thank you, sir, for that insightful and forward-looking keynote that beautifully captured how intelligent-driven systems are shaping the future of industry and innovation.
So the message well taken, right? AI is not going to take our jobs, right? So stay relevant, as he said, and you will get the jobs. Thank you.
With these powerful keynote sessions, we have set a strong foundation for the rest of day 3, one that blends vision, responsibility, and real world application. Thank you for being an attentive and inspiring audience this morning. Let us continue this final day of AI Spectrum with curiosity, critical thinking, and shared commitment to shaping an intelligent and responsible future.
Uh, any questions students can ask now? So yeah, so we can accommodate few questions.
Disinformation which is generated by AI. What the other thing is that what sort of skill set companies like how can students know identify misinformation which is generated by AI? The second question is, what sort of skill set companies like Salesforce are expecting from students apart from coding and marks?
Fantastic. So misinformation can be more relevant from the domain context, right? Yesterday we had a discussion about with doctors, right? So how are we identifying or classifying some of the misinformations also? Is we partner with the domain experts. We either partner with the industries or we partner with the doctors for
As we move on into the concluding segment of day 3 of the International Conference on the AI Spectrum, this session brings together leadership, academic excellence, and industry vision, culminating in reflection, recognition, and gratitude. I now invite our distinguished dignitaries kindly to proceed to the dais and take their seats.
To formally start this afternoon session and extend a warm welcome to this August gathering, we invite Dr. R. Senthil Prabha, Associate Professor, Department of Information Technology, to deliver the welcome address.
Good afternoon, all of you. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Sudha Ramalingam, respected guests of honor, Ms. Vidya Subramaniam, and Mr. Mohan BV, Dr. K. Uma Maheshwari, Professor and Head, Department of Information Technology, Dr. G. Sudha Sadasivam, Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, distinguished faculty members, delegates, and participants. It is my great privilege and pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the valedictory ceremony of the International Conference on the AI Spectrum, Bridging Research, Industry and Innovation. Over the past few days, we have witnessed an inspiring confluence of ideas, innovations, and perspectives shared by eminent scholars, researchers, and industry professionals from across the globe. This conference has served as a vibrant platform to deliberate on the transformative potential of artificial intelligence, fostering meaningful dialogue between research advancements and industry-driven innovation. We are deeply honored by the presence of Dr. Sudha Ramalingam, Professor and Head, Department of Community Medicine, PhD IMSR, whose contributions to research and academic leadership continue to inspire the academic community. We are equally privileged to welcome Ms. Vidya Subramanian, Chief Executive Officer, Vistara LLC, USA, and Mr. Mohan BV, Vice President, Technical, Bosch Global Software Technologies, Bangalore, whose distinguished professional journeys exemplify the successful translation of research into impactful real-world solutions. On behalf of PSG College of Technology and the organizing committee, I extend my sincere gratitude to all the speakers, delegates, and the participants for their enthusiastic participation, insightful presentations, and engaging discussions. Your valuable contributions have made this conference intellectually enriching and have laid the foundation for future collaborations and innovations in the field of artificial intelligence. As we now proceed with the valedictory session, let us now reflect on the knowledge gained, the connections forged, and the ideas that we continue to shape the future of AI research and practice. Once again, I warmly welcome all of you and wish the conclusion of this conference that leaves each of us inspired and enriched. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious welcome and for setting a meaningful tone to this session.
The Mentorship Board of AI Spectrum includes Dr. K. Uma Maheshwari, Professor and Head, Department of Information and Technology, and Dr. G. Sudha Sadasivam, Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science and Engineering. We now invite Dr. K. Uma Maheshwari to deliver the presidential address.
So good afternoon to one and all present here. I join hand with Dr. Senthil Prabha in welcoming you all for this valedictory function of AI Consortium. Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Sudha Ramalingam, Director Research and Innovation, PhD IMSR. Guest of Honor Mrs. Vidya Subramanian, CEO Vistara LS USA, and Mr. V.V. Mohan, Head Technology Bosch Global Software Technologies, Bangalore. Distinguished guests, deans, HODs, researchers, faculty and students, friends. A very warm welcome to you all once again. On behalf of the management principal, I take great privilege to preside this August gathering. It is a honor to me that has been given all of a sudden in the morning only. So the past 2 days, 2.5 days I can say, would have fulfilled on the forefront of the AI revolution. We are not passive observers, but active participants in shaping the direction of the transformative technology. All sections should have focused on both cutting-edge research and strong industry partnership, uniquely positioned to turn theoretical advancement into real-world solutions. It is through this synergy that we can unlock AI's potential to address some of the society's most pressing challenges. As Jimmy Wales stated, imagine a world in which every single person on the world is able to use all people's knowledge because of all these technologies. The world around us is getting more and more technologically enhanced. Already software and IT has become a part of our life. It is an integral part of everybody and everyday life, and now on artificial intelligence is going to be a part of all our activities. It necessitates a forward-looking and multidisciplinary convergent approach aims at harnessing advances in computing to improve our everyday life in a multitude ways and to meet the challenges of tomorrow. AI is rapidly revolutionary field ranging from healthcare, finance, transportation and education, opening doors to unprecedented opportunities for automation, intelligent decision making and groundbreaking innovation. However, the true promise of AI lies not only in its technical advancements but in our ability to bridge the gap between academic research and practical application. It provides a powerful foundation for tackling many of the problems that we face in 21st century. We have witnessed rapid advances of AI in recent years, and further advances will help solve many problems in the near future. AI has the power to transform the world for better. Hope you know where we are, and our thirst for knowledge is growing. We all should learn about the wide domain in the computer knowledge integrated as a part of artificial intelligence or assisted intelligence, as yesterday in the panelist Dr. Bhuvaneshwaran sir was telling, to compete with this faster world. The ubiquitous technologies, sensor grids, nanotechnology, robotics, automation, cloud computing. See, so many technologies surrounds us and embedded in our everyday life. And we have to add artificial intelligence that helps support for faster decision with responsible AI, with the agentic AI, and to fulfill the society's need. The vision of future might be scaring, where the information gathered would exceed the volumes of ocean. But it is taking each of us to the brighter world. For everywhere we look, there is a work to be done, supported by all variants of AI to meet all these challenges. The height of technology growth leads to the level of achievement to greater scale. And one example is very common, which everybody are using nowadays, is the Amazon website for all our purchases. We can connect so many vendors from everywhere in the world, and we are able to receive those products, and AI recommends all our products. It is even we don't have the history of what we are purchasing, but we can go through the system where we see what we have purchased from the day we have logged into the system. So the advancement we make in AI should not only serve technological progress, but also uphold the values of compassion, fairness, and the well-being of humanity. As we push the boundaries of AI research, we must remain mindful of its ethical implication and ensure that its benefits are shared across all levels of society. The creation of AI, much like the creation of the universe by Lord Brahma in Vedic traditions, carries immense responsibility. Brahma, as the creator, designed the universe with purpose, balance, and cosmic laws. His creation was not random. It was meticulously planned to maintain harmony in the cosmos. Similarly, the development of AI systems must be guided by a clear understanding of their societal impact. As father of our nation, Nehru stated, "There is nothing as impossible, but I am possible." Having an aim, AIM, in your life, then move towards the goal. The path may have obstacles, hindrances, and barriers, but once you want to achieve your goal, you will not bother about all that but to reach the goal. So, AIM motivation is success from my view. You are the blooming researchers, youngsters, to think and develop technology into products that help the poor and rich in equalizing everybody in our nation. It is AI field that could make tremendous changes to our world, our country, as dreamt by our beloved former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Wishing you all success in achieving your aim goal, and I thank the management principal for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We next invite Dr. G. Sudha Sadasibam to deliver the presidential address.
So good afternoon, everybody. I must thank the principal management and the organizers of the AI Spectrum, namely the AI Consortium under the wonderful mentorship of Dr. G. Kattam, for giving us this particular opportunity for delivering the presidential address. I must acknowledge that the event, complete event comprising of the 3 days, was wonderfully organized and it was fully planned. So I must congratulate the entire team of AI Consortium for the effort taken by them. So actually I came to come about my presidential address just some time back, so I'm not fully prepared on it. But I have been observing the events that have been taking place for the past 3 days. It is spectacular. The first day of the AI Spectrum comprised of the inauguration of AI Consortium and the AI Wing, and the chief guest, Mr. Ananthakrishnan, congratulated the entire team for the efforts on the inauguration of AI Wing as well as the AI Consortium. Already the AI Consortium has been doing a lot of work. It is truly interdisciplinary, formed from members of all the departments. Then there was the fireside chat and also the keynotes. And the most important thing is the alumni participation. There was spectacular alumni participation from alumni belonging to various departments as well as various industries. They were very happy to come and share their views over here. So I must be thankful to all the alumni for their participation. The second day marked the inauguration of the conference of AI Spectrum, and the chief guest, Sri Vilas Dar, he was so much satisfied with the faculty members belonging to the department as well as the AI Consortium and its organization of the events, that he was in all praises for all the faculty members who had come over here. So I must congratulate the entire team for the efforts they have put in over here. And also it is marked by the panel discussions and a lot of keynote addresses from the industries. This particular day was also marked by the exhibition, which comprised of number of members from the industry. They had the stalls from the industry. Alumni had lot of support, extended their support for this particular event, as well as I could see the exhibits from various departments, I could also see from Polytechnic, and it was truly from multiple places the exhibits were there. And the students who showed their exhibits were so eager to show their inventions to whoever had come over there. So I must thank all the participants of the expo for arranging such good exhibition which could showcase the expertise of the students to the entire community. Then the third day, as you know, is marked by lot of research paper presentations. I went to one particular session where I should congratulate the participation from multiple institutions as well as from industries in paper presentation. It was not from one side, it was truly from multiple disciplines like automobile and other disciplines also presented their paper. And I should also talk about the innovations present in the paper, because some sort of novelty was there in all the papers that was presented. So I must also I must also congratulate the team who had taken care of selecting the papers for the presentation. So I also welcome, sorry, I should have done this earlier. I welcome Madam Sudha Ramalingam for this particular session, for presiding over it. I also welcome B.V. Mohan sir from Head Innovations Bosch for coming over here to, for the valedictory address. I thank one and all for coming over here to support this particular event. I must finally conclude with the remarks that AI has become pervasive, and it is supposed to prevail for some time, but the way we use it should come from the ethics of humans. Rather than imposing policies, it should be from our own ethical principles based on which we are going to use it. That will decide the success of AI. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. To present a brief introduction of our esteemed chief guest, we invite Dr. K. Satyapriya, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, to kindly introduce our chief guest.
Good afternoon, all. It's my privilege to introduce the chief guest of this culminating session of AI Spectrum, Dr. Sudha Ramalingam ma'am. Dr. Sudha Ramalingam ma'am is the professor and head of community medicine, director, research and innovation, PSG, and also director in PSG Famer Regional Institute at PSG Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Coimbatore, and a visiting scientist in the Division of Global Health at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, USA. She holds an MD in Community Medicine, a PG Diploma in Bioethics, and a Master's in Health Professions Education from Keele University, UK. She has completed her postdoctoral fellowship in genetics and genetic epidemiology from Stanford and the University of Chicago, respectively. She was a Fulbright visiting scientist and worked in the area of environmental epigenetics of metabolic syndrome at Harvard School of Public Health in 2014 and 15. She has completed her FAMA Fellowship in Medical Education in 2012 and was awarded the International Fellowship in Medical Education in 2017. She received her board certificate in lifestyle medicine in 2023. She has been successful in obtaining several national and international grants and is on the board of studies for public and private universities with over 60 peer-reviewed publications, and her areas of research interest include environmental health, focusing on NCDs, adolescent life cycle intervention programs, and ethics and medical humanities education. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for the thoughtful introduction. With great pleasure, we now invite our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Sudha Ramalingam, Professor and Head Community Medicine, PSC ISMR, to deliver the chief guest address.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Should I say good night or good morning? After that sumptuous lunch, I'm really surprised all the hall is full and all of you are awake. And yeah, first of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Karpagam and the entire team and for putting together such a wonderful conference for the last 3 days. I think they deserve a standing ovation. Congratulations, ma'am. It is not easy to put together an event of this magnitude, bringing together several sectors of the society, especially the doctors who are difficult to get. Like, yeah, I'm also a doctor. And, from the industries, from the startups, from academia, and so many sectors she has put together. The entire team deserves a big, big congratulations again. Thank you for having me here. And I witnessed the program, I think, yesterday and a little bit today. It was a wonderfully thought out event. I thought AI is something out of syllabus for me because I'm the odd woman out here, being probably the only medical person. I have two more souls here, my students. But other than that, all of you are technical persons. But nevertheless, I understood the importance of AI in our everyday lives and how we can work together hand in hand with all sectors of the society to integrate AI responsibly into the day-to-day lives. So it's been a privilege and honor to be part of this AI consortium conference at PSG College of Technology. And I don't have to say anything new about this institution. All of you know it's an institution which has consistently stood for academic excellence, innovation, and societal relevance. As we gather for this valedictory session, we are not merely concluding a conference. I think we are consolidating ideas with the last 2 days, whatever happened. We are fostering collaborations and responsibilities that will shape the future of AI in meaningful ways. So over the past sessions, we have witnessed thoughtful deliberations on advances in AI, ranging from foundational research and applied intelligence in ethics, governance, and real-world deployment. So what stood out for me was not just the sophistication of the technology that was discussed, but the relevant questions that were asked. How should AI serve humanity? How do we ensure trust, fairness, and inclusivity? And how do institutions, industry, and society co-create this wonderful future which is ahead of us? So AI today is so significant, too influential, too consequential to be developed in silo. So we have to work together, and conferences like this demonstrate how academia, healthcare professionals, industry, startups, and policymakers can come together, not just to share knowledge, but to align values and intent. So it also reminds that the deeper truth, AI is ultimately a reflection of human intent, as Madam has already said. So it will learn what we teach it. It will amplify what we value and shape the future we dare to envision. So to the faculty and organizers, I commend you for curating a wonderful program and which balances theory with practice, innovation with ethics, and ambition with realism. So to the industry participants who are here, your engagement reinforces the idea that education and enterprise must evolve together. And to the students, your curiosity, questions, and enthusiasm are perhaps the most encouraging outcome of this conference. I'm sure you all were motivated, you all are encouraged, you all are, wanting to do more, and you're always welcome to the health campus to, collaborate on joint projects, right? So you're not just learners of AI here. So please remember that you are the future. You are the creators, you are the custodians, and you are the critics of it. So be responsible. So as we move forward, I just would like to leave with 3 messages. First, AI must be there as a purpose-driven invention, not just a technology or me too invention. I want it to be a purpose-driven invention with impact, accessibility, and societal benefit must be the true, motivators behind any invention. Second, collaboration will define leadership in AI, as we have witnessed in the last 2 days. So institutions and nations that collaborate across disciplines and sectors will lead, not those that innovate in isolation. So we have to work together and collaborate and invent. Third, Ethics is not a constraint, it is an enabler. So when in ethics committee, when we ask you for documents, please don't be put off. So we want you to do the project with, responsibly, with the societal impact and ethically. So responsible AI builds trust, and trust accelerates adoption and long-term value, right? So in closing, I congratulate the organizers for having me here and putting together a conference of this magnitude, which is really an eye-opener for many of us. So this absolutely inspiring AI conference should not just stop with artificial intelligence, but should continue to amplify intelligence, accelerate innovation, awaken ideas, and advance the impact in the society. So my gratitude to the management for having me here. And as I close, I wish all of you all the very best and wish you all a Merry Christmas and a wonderful New Year, and have a fabulous year and future ahead. Thank you for having me here, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful and impactful address. As a token of appreciation, we request Dr. K. Uma Maheshwari to kindly present the memento to our esteemed chief guest.
To introduce our esteemed guests of honor, we invite Dr. R. Rekha, Associate Professor, Department of Information Technology, to present their introduction.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. It is a great privilege to introduce our distinguished guest of honor, Ms. Vidya Subramanian. Ms. Vidya Subramanian is a visionary leader and entrepreneur based in Texas, USA. Currently serving as the co-founder and executive director of Austin AI Valley, an initiative dedicated to building a collaborative and impactful AI ecosystem. Alongside this, she is also the founder and CEO of Vistara, where she continues to drive innovation and strategic leadership. With advanced degrees from the University of Texas and New York University Stern School of Business, she brings deep expertise across AI, fintech, and digital platforms. Having previously served as CEO of SEAI, she has also led global cross-functional teams and translated cutting-edge research into scalable real-world solutions. What truly sets Ms. Vidya apart is her commitment to ethical, responsible, and impactful AI, making her vision deeply aligned with the objectives of today's AI-driven world. We are truly honored to have such a dynamic leader and innovator with us today. Welcome you, ma'am. Following this, it is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Mohan BV. Mr. Mohan BV is a senior technology leader and currently the Vice President of Technology at Bosch Global Software Technologies, based in Bangalore. He is responsible for technology strategy, innovation, and incubation, driving future-ready solutions in the digital mobility and AIoT space. With over 2 decades of experience, he has been instrumental in incubating and scaling advanced technologies including blockchain, multi-agent systems, AI security, human-compatible machines, and quantum technologies. As a senior technical director and chief expert, he has guided enterprise technology roadmaps and enabled next-generation adoption across global ecosystems. With a strong academic foundation from BITS Pilani and the University of Mysore, he is widely recognized for driving future-ready technologies and enterprise innovation. We are privileged to have such a visionary technologist and industry expert with us today. Welcome you, sir. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the gracious introduction. We now invite Ms. Vidya Subramanian, Chief Executive Officer, Vistara LLC, USA, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. I first want to start by saying, wow, it's been an amazing experience to be here the last couple of days. I want to start by also thanking Dr. Karpagam and Dr. Prakasan for inviting me and the entire staff and leadership team here for organizing and putting something together so amazing, so inspiring. But what stood out for me is all the students' participation and the volunteering, your engagement, your curiosity, your questions, your energy. I go back to where I come from a lot more inspired because of that. I truly mean that. And as Dr. Sudha said, you guys are the future and you are shaping the future of AI. So all the student volunteers, you guys are just, you're running the show basically. So good job. I also want to say, I'll keep it very brief. And I just want a couple of things I want to share, especially for the students here who are about to graduate and you kind of go into the real world. Be fearless, right? Your generation has so much more resources, access to so much more information. The world is connected in a way that when I was in your place, we didn't even have internet that was mature enough, right? It was just the beginning. I'm aging myself here, but that is the truth. So you guys have so much more in your fingertips. Leverage that, be fearless. The constraints we put are often the constraints we put by ourselves, right? So the world is so much more connected now, and your opportunities are limitless. So I want that to be a big takeaway. Don't put any constraints for yourself. And technologist, I'm speaking as a technologist. For those of you who heard my speech yesterday, I said the same thing. We should never build technology for the sake of building technology. Go for real world problems. And when I call it the entrepreneurial switch. It's just a term I've come up with, right? So when you think entrepreneurially, wherever you see, you'll see an opportunity, right? And there are so many real world problems which will be opportunities if you can use technology and AI the right way to solve it. And that's where the impact will be. It's not even in the core engineering. A lot of those problems are already being solved. But how do you take that and solve real world problems, right? That have an impact on the society. I want you to think about that. And I live in the US, as most of you know. I've spent more than half my life there. I went there as a grad student, and I was one of those people back in the days that just stayed back. And I find that the center of gravity for AI companies, for tech advancements, are still very much Western centric. Like even all the LLMs, right? Most of them are US companies. There's a couple from Europe and from China, of course. But I would like to see that shift to become more balanced. And one of the ways in which you can do that is, first of all, keep yourself updated. AI especially is changing at a rapid pace. And whether you're a technologist or you're a doctor or any other profession, everybody now has to know what is happening with AI. It's not, it is here to stay. It is impacting everything we do. So I would urge all of you to keep yourself up to date, right? There's like a whole, make sure you go to Hugging Face every day. Make sure to see, which LLMs are, scoring how much, what innovations are happening, what's happening in the regulatory space. More importantly, how do you build responsible AI? There's a lot of regulations coming up. Every country is now putting out, regulations to do this in a more controlled way. You need to educate yourself in all of that. But more importantly, the power of AI and how we can leverage that to help ourselves and the larger humanity. And the last thing I want to say is when I was in school, high school and middle school, college, whatever, and maybe it is still the case, right, in a lot of our education system, you are really applauded for what you know. You are really awarded for how well you know it. Do you guys agree? That's still the case? Yes? That is about to change. Okay, so Google has always been there, and now with all these LLMs, it's very easy to find information, right? It's very easy to find the answers. What you need to become good at is asking the right questions. And that is a shift in mentality. And I'm stealing this quote from Arvind Srinivas, who is the CEO of Perplexity. I'm sure you guys all know who that is. He is famously quoted this: it's no longer important what you know, it's really important that you know to ask the right questions, right? And it goes back to my first point. When you ask the right questions, you will use technology the right way, right? That's how you connect the dots. That's how you make an impact, right? So, with that, I want to thank you all again. Wish you all a wonderful future ahead. And I hope to come back here soon and continue and learn from all of you and be inspired. And I leave with a lot of good memories and a lot of gratitude. Happy New Year to everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. As a token of appreciation, we request Dr. G. Sudha Sadasivam to kindly present a memento to our esteemed guest of honor.
Now we invite Mr. B.V. Mohan, Vice President of Technology, Bosch Global Software Technologies, Bangalore, to address the audience.
First of all, I'm privileged to be here at one of the most esteemed organization, PSG, one of the leading institutions from the region and for the country. When I see so many academicians talking about AI, I was just thinking what would excite this team to learn more about what industry looks at you as first principle. So first and foremost, I would thank Dr. Karpagam for having me here, and a lot of discussions I had here. I would like to quote some of the experiences I had with PSG for last few days. I had discussions with STEP, Mr. Suresh, and understood how the academic results are being converted to be incubated into startups. And then I started to look at what AI Spectrum stands for. So you have a good word called Spectrum, which is wide enough. And then I saw the second logo you have on the poster is Impact, AI Impact Summit, where this should lead into the AI Impact Summit. So if I look at this journey of PSG hosting an international AI conference from a spectrum point of view, covering wide angles, I think all the speakers spoke about what's AI, what's ethical, what's responsible, real world solutions, and so on and so forth. I think we have to now start thinking from this pedestal on what's the impact. So, and when you see this, my discussions with Suresh also, I would like to reflect, and as well as this journey of spectrum to impact is, are we doing enough? I think Ms. Vidya just mentioned all the models, LLMs today come from Western world, China, and so on and so forth. Are we doing enough as a community? All of you are AI enthusiasts or studying one of the AI principles here. Are you thinking to become one more Arvind of the world? Are you thinking to build something which is more natural to as Indians as the knowledge? So Veda is from here. So with that having here, now AI is the level playing field for all of us to participate. It's not just for the West or the big guys. So AI becomes the level playing field for us to now say, what can we take the stake in this growing ecosystem? Will be the models which we bring to the world? Will it be the solutions? Probably the highest populated country of the world, or the second highest populated country, can use instead of somebody else forcing AI on us. So a lot of these things are there. I would like to quote one experience that I had recently with the CEO of, or the founder of a company called Sarvam.ai. I don't know how many of you have heard about his name. So because we work now closely with him on what we can do from this region to the globe. I think there are wonderful opportunities if just you are curious, open, and see what is the next in AI that we should build, what is not already available. Otherwise, we are just end users and not anything more. I would also like to end with some of the kind of work we do at Bosch in this field of AI. Of course, we also had the privilege of working with Dr. Vidya on some of these medical devices where we embed AI instead of the doctors seeing through the diagnostics of what happens on pathology or blood count kind of a thing. AI is inside the device, and thereby you can reach with this the mankind to the nook and corner of this country, villages where they can't afford to have a dedicated diagnostic center or a doctor. Second, we spoke of ethical, responsible, and a lot of these things. One of the key activities we do where our innovation is based around AI is what we call as secured AI and responsible AI. So we have products also in the market for that. But I think there's a lot of things to do when it comes to things. The way the AI is going to react will be much different than how humans are going to react for a given situation. Given that, how much of things will you believe in what AI is going to give as an inference? So I mean, is it just not hallucination? It's also about whether they are doing it for the right purpose, with keeping ethics in mind and keeping a lot of biases in mind and so on and so forth. So that's a big field of innovation we do at Bosch. The third one, I think also in the introduction, they introduced something called as human compatible machines. So it's a good keyword. We have a product name now though, Ivaco, but it was earlier named as human compatible machines. Why? Because machines have to be trained in a way that they're more compatible to humans. If that has to happen, what will make this closeness happen, collaboration happen? And that's where we brought AI into place even before GenAI came into picture. But now with agents and GenAI, we are just making it better. So, and agentic AI, again, we are working on this front. I would welcome many of the entrepreneurial mindset students as well as researchers and faculty to participate in this journey of us. We are talking of agentic AI not from the purpose of putting AI to automation alone. We are putting the agentic AI to what we call as trusted orchestration. So in many of the businesses, including medical field or industries, manufacturing, mobility, and these fields, we now will have agents working on behalf of humans in many areas. And when they are working and they are taking decisions, of course, AI has to be ethical, responsible, and so on. Will agents be ethical and responsible as well? Because they go beyond AI now, because they close loop the actions. Well, AI is only giving you the inference. Now the agents are going to close loop it into actions. And hence, they also need to be ethical. They also need to be responsible. And it's a huge area of research and of academic interest also. I would also welcome this department of AI to focus on some of these impact creation topics. And then we can see how do we bring this together to the market as well as to the society. With this, I would like to end and thank all the faculty and PSG to having me here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights and industry perspectives. As a token of appreciation, we request Dr. Jia Karpagam to kindly present the memento to the esteemed guest of honor.
We now request our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Sudha Ramalingam, to distribute the certificates of merit. Now I call upon the participant who is receiving the certificate of merit. The authors are Atira TS and Eldo KG. This paper is titled Neural Approaches to Malayalam Text Summarization. I request all dignitaries to come on to the stage. authored by S. Tavamani Raja, Nikhil Padal, and Satyanarayana. The paper is titled Solve Issues Faster, a dependency aware self healing system to remediate known issues in distributed environments.
Author Tavamani Raja and Nikhil Patal. Nadraj Kumar. Satyanarayana. The project title is Blockchain Based Voting System Using AI. Winners. Hari Keshavan. Yes. Praveen Rao and Sanjay Kumar, Vishal Adit. Blockchain based voting. Sri Nandini T. Haripriya. Yes. Mugilan, Shakti, Shahir, Inia, and Nita. Giri Prasad, Deepan Karthik, Jebin Somwell, Pradeep Kumar, and Mukesh Kumar from third year BE ECE G1. Jay Surya, Ashwant, Sangamitra, and Nikita for intelligent wearable human activity monitoring system for fall detection. Joshika, Mitrasri, Mohammad Ba, Subhasri, and Prasad. Final year BE CSE AML. Kamalesh Krishna, Ramamurthy, Yalini Natashan, and Shuganti. Medical institution. Certificate ಇಲ್ಲ. இருக்கா? Harish, Anto Joy Raja, Sivanayakan, Vishal Ram. First year BE CSE AML. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ இல்லையா? Name? Yes. கீழே போயிட்டு மாத்தி வாங்கிக்கணும். நான் கொண்டு போய் கொடுத்துருவேன். தனியா இருக்கணும்.
Thank you, dignitaries.
To formally conclude this session and express our sincere gratitude, we invite Dr. D. Indumadi, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected chief guests, esteemed guests of honor, distinguished speakers and panelists, industry leaders, sponsors and partners, respected management, principal, deans, heads of departments, my fellow organizers, faculty members, students, and dear delegates. As we come to the concluding moments of the three-day international conference, AI Spectrum, Bridging Research, Industry and Innovation, it is my proud privilege as one of the organizers to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the entire organizing team. First and foremost, we express our profound gratitude to our chief guest for the valedictory session, Dr. Sudha Ramalingam, Director, Research and Innovation, and Professor and Head, PSG IMSR, for graciously being with us and for delivering a valedictory address that thoughtfully reflected the outcomes, relevance, and future direction of the conference. We express our sincere gratitude to Dr. G. Sudha Sadasivam, HOD CSE, and Dr. K. Uma Mageshwari, HOD IT, for delivering the presidential address. Their address provided meaningful insights, set the tone for the valedictory session, and aptly reflected the spirit, achievements, and future direction of AI Spectrum. We extend our heartfelt thanks to our guests of honor, Ms. Vidya Subramanian, CEO Vistara USA, and Mr. Mohan BV, Vice President Technical, Bosch Global Software Technologies, Bengaluru, for their esteemed presence, encouragement, and valuable perspectives. We sincerely thank all our distinguished keynote speakers, invited experts, session chairs, moderators, and panelists who over the past 3 days generously shared their expertise across diverse domains such as responsible AI, agentic systems, healthcare AI, quantum technologies, governance, and industry-driven innovation. Their insights and interactions greatly enrich the intellectual fabric of Spectrum 2025. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to all the paper presenters and researchers whose high quality research contribution and engaging discussions strengthen the academic rigor and interdisciplinary spirit of this conference. A special and well-deserved word of thanks to the AI Spectrum Intellitech Expo 2025, a vibrant and integral part of the conference. The expo truly embodied the theme of bridging research, industry, and innovation by showcasing impactful student projects, industry demonstrations, startup initiatives, and emerging AI solutions. It added strong experiential and industry relevance to the conference. We place on record our sincere appreciation to the Intellitech Expo coordinators and the entire Expo team, as well as all the project teams, exhibitors, evaluators, and participants, whose enthusiasm and dedication made the Expo a resounding success. We gratefully acknowledge the support and association of MeitY Government of India and the AI Impact Summit 2026 for their encouragement and guidance. Our sincere thanks to all our industry sponsors, alumni partners, and entrepreneurial collaborators whose support was instrumental in making both the conference and expo possible. We express our deep sense of gratitude to management, principal, deans, and heads of departments of PSG Tech for their constant encouragement, guidance, and visionary leadership. We also thank the PSG AI Consortium, whose leadership and coordination provided the foundation for this large-scale academic and industry engagement. At this juncture, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the journey behind this event. This conference did not happen overnight. The journey of AI Spectrum 2025 began nearly 10 months ago with an idea, a shared vision, and a strong belief in a collaborative effort. Over these 10 months, what started as discussions and planning meetings evolved into a conference of this scale and impact. The successful culmination we see today is the result of sustained teamwork, perseverance, and collective commitment. In this context, I would like to place on record my sincere appreciation to the General Chairs, Dr. G.R. Karpagam, Director PSG AI Consortium and Professor Department of CSE, and Dr. B. Vinod Kumar, Professor Department of IT, whose leadership, clarity of vision, and continuous guidance steered this conference from conception to completion. Their ability to bring together diverse teams, manage complexity, and uphold academic and organizational excellence has been truly inspiring. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to my fellow organizing chairs and organizing committee members. As one among them, I can confidently say that this has been a true team effort, marked by collaboration, mutual support, countless discussions, and shared responsibility. Each organizer played a crucial role in shaping different facets of this conference, and this success belongs collectively to the entire team. We further acknowledge the invaluable contributions of the various committees that worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Our sincere appreciation to the Mentorship Board, HOD CSE and HOD IT for their academic guidance and strategic direction. We thank the website, publicity, media, memento, and guest relations committee, including the invitation team, for managing invitations, publicity, media coordination, live streaming, guest relations, and mementos with professionalism. Our gratitude to the Transport and Accommodation Committee for efficiently handling speaker coordination, airport reception, transportation logistics, accommodation arrangements, and hospitality. We appreciate the dedicated efforts of the reception and registration committees, including the Expo reception team, for managing delegates reception, registrations, kit distribution, and verification processes across multiple venues. We sincerely thank the Publication and Proceedings Committee for their meticulous work in certificate preparation, verification, compilation, and proceedings release. Our appreciation to the Technical Program Committee for coordinating technical sessions, paper presentations, evaluations, and best paper identification, ensuring academic excellence. We thank the Panel Discussion and Fireside Chat Committee for organizing and engaging and impactful discussions. Our heartfelt thanks to the Catering Committee and the tireless canteen staff for their continuous support and for ensuring smooth, timely, and warm hospitality to delegates, speakers, faculty, and volunteers. We acknowledge the efforts of Expo, Demonstration, and Startup Pavilion Committee for managing registrations, stall allotments, demonstrations, and certifications. We also thank the Sponsorship and Finance Committee for resource mobilization and financial coordination. Our heartfelt appreciation to the Stage Management and Event Coordination Committee for ensuring seamless conduct of all sessions across the 3 days. Finally, we extend our deepest thanks to the Student Volunteers Management Committee and all student volunteers whose energy, discipline, and dedication supported every aspect of this conference. We place on record our sincere appreciation to the lab technicians, AV team, and office staff for their committed technical and admin support, which played a vital role in the seamless execution of the conference. In closing, even though every name cannot be mentioned, every effort truly mattered. We therefore extend our heartfelt thanks to PSGAI consortium members and CSE and IT faculty for standing together and making AI Spectrum a shared success. Dear delegates and participants, AI Spectrum 2025 has been a celebration of ideas, collaboration, innovation, and responsible AI. The journey that began 10 months ago has now reached a meaningful milestone, made possible entirely through teamwork and shared vision. With this, we formally conclude AI Spectrum, bridging research, industry, and innovation along with the Intellitech Expo 2025. Thank you all for being a part of this remarkable journey. Wishing you all a very happy Christmas and a wonderful New Year. Thank you.
To conclude the proceedings of Day 3, may I request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request all the participants to collect their certificates in the registration desk. Participants can collect their certificates in the registration